Hello, hello all. Hope you're doing alright today. Today we're going to be starting Slay the Princess, the Pristine Cut. I don't know too much about this game, just that I've heard a lot of good things, that it's interesting, and it's a bit of a horror game with some gore and other mature themes. So if that's not your jam, I totally understand. But I enjoy narrative stories with good stories regardless of genre. And I took out a poll,
I am
and hi Sunpei,
here!
asking people which narrative game they wanted me to play, and this is the one that won. So before we even get into there, I was poking around in some of the stuffs, and it's just nice to see a bunch of accessibility options. And then as I was booting up the game, it warned me about the flickering images and blinking stuff in case it affects people. So they have settings to turn those off. So we turned those off. I don't know what these other ones do. We'll find out eventually. But yeah, I enjoy games that have accessibility options too, and to limit the flickering of lights, etc. I'm not super duper sensitive, but it can cause me headaches myself. So if I have an option to reduce it, I typically do. And with that, we're just going to get into it. This is fully voiced over, so I won't be doing any voice acting as far as I know.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Aw, Princess in the Cabin.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Get a new router, Sunpei? End of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? This is a lot of choices. Killing Princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget this, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet. I've always wanted off Monarch. Viva la revolution. Silently continue to turn around and leave. Alright. I appreciate you stopping by and saying howdy, Snackums. Hope you have a safe drive home, and good not driving and watching at the same time. But yeah, I think we're going to have a fun time with this. I've heard a lot of good stuff about the story to this one. Let's just try turning around and leaving.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope. Okay, fine, you're persistent. I'll go to the cabin and I'll slay the princess.
I am
Okay,
here!
fine. I'll go talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her, maybe I won't. Guess we'll see. Hey, Celia. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Nope. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gotta walk in the opposite direction now. Yeah, I can just go with nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world...
I didn't realize how many choices I'd have on each of these. Or try leaving again.
Really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
I am here!
Hello, Royal. I don't care, I'm not killing Princess. Good, maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them. You're not emotionally blackmailing me to this. Do, 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 do.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
How long can we mess with this?
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Pretty much any game that gives me the option to try to fight the starting quest, I tend to. There's no fighting this, is there? I have to go into the cabin, don't I? Oh yeah? Well, I guess I'll start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm just going to keep trekking through the wilderness until I find my way out of this place. I'm doing all right, Royal. How are you doing?
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Sorry to hear you're achy, Sunfei.
At first,
I woke up itchy,
little
but I forgot my allergy
flickers
pills
in the
last
corner of
night,
your eyes.
so it's
Glimpses
just
of
dust attacking me.
familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
Hey, Jared. And, yes, there's other people streaming it, so it should be fine to play it on stream. I just have to have it tagged as a mature game.
But
I've never
as you
played the game
focus on
before,
your surroundings, you
so I don't know what I'm in
realize
for.
that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where
Ah,
you
yes,
need
since
to
I
be.
barely know anything about the game, I totally did not get the joke. I've seen maybe 15 minutes of this or so.
Wait, what's going on?
Ah, I see. I totally missed that.
You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you
Hydration
can
check.
to shirk your responsibility.
Thank you for the
You
hydration.
care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Hey, we made it to chapter 2. I figured we were going to have to restart the game.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, I've heard a ton of good things about Slay the Princess. So, even though it's a bit more mature and spooky than I usually play during my day streams, it's the only place I can fit in narrative games regularly. So, we're doing it now.
I am here!
Hey, Leon. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. Wait, hasn't this already happened? Okay, no. You aren't kidding. She's actually ended the world last time, didn't she? What the hell is she? You bastards, you're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks. If I died, the whole world ended. What am I doing here? Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely gonna slay the princess. Yeah, I get it. I'm going to the cabin.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
Hey, Matthew. Yeah, I've heard it's a bit dark.
A warning before you go any further.
Oh yes, I should remind chat. I am okay with some backseat gaming. If you want to tell me choices to pick, go right ahead, but I did add the extra no major spoilers tag today. I would like to just kind of experience the game, so I'm perfectly fine with guidance, but I don't want people coming in and just saying, oh, I'm looking forward to when, you know, Darth Vader says the thing, and also spill out the thing, or a spoiler that people would understand. in general.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I'm honestly not sure what can be pinned over on YouTube.
If we're
I could look at
stuck
that real
going
quick.
in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Yes, I can. Doo-doo-doo. There, I think that's all pinned now. I'll just leave it that way. I'm not too worried about people jumping in for a bunch of
It's
spoilers.
just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Alright, we're going to the cabin.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature.
Yes, there's exactly one choice I know what happens in this game.
Is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Good cat.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and
Oh no,
straightforward
not a
premise?
princess. That being said, just going through the Nintendo princesses, most of them are incredibly dangerous. Like, most of the time I imagine Peach would actually win in a fight against Zelda, and Zelda is actually a decently powerful mage, and depending on the timeline, has a full training of like ninja skills as well.
You can't just say that. Not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
I feel like the true case is slaying the narrator. They seem to be able to control the world.
You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
I wonder if anything important's going to happen with moving the pictures like that.
Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm
Frostmoth.
not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
Alright. Have a good rest of your day, Royal, and, you know, don't get in too much trouble at school.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Yeah, I don't know how much people have been around for the older streams I've done at all, but I've always mentioned I love anything that looks like I'm playing something animated, etc., but I also just love interesting art in general. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror. Take the blade. Enter the basement. Well, we're going to take the blade regardless. Don't know what we're going to do with it, but daggers are fun.
You take the blade from the table.
Hey, Jojo.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
How's it going? Yeah, I've heard this is an adventure.
Okay, fine, you took the knife. But you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it?
Congrats on your catch, Leon. I'm doing okay as well.
The other way. Thumb at the
I was
bottom. Look
in the
much
mood to
cooler
do a
and
narrative
more
game again,
serious if we hold it with our
and
thumb at the bottom.
threw up a poll in my Discord, and this is the one that won. The other choices I had up there was 1,000 Resist and Ghost Trick, and then a non-narrative game in Dave the Diver.
It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
As I've done a bunch of narrative games in the past. Keep your grip as it is, hold the blade the other way. I'm not going to listen to the other
Great.
voice.
You keep your grip the way it is. Your task awaits.
Throw the blade out the window, but it's a collector's item, so we're just going to check the mirror.
We should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun?
Sure.
You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Why would you lie about that? What's the point? I also want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am. Doesn't matter. Remain silent. We're just going to approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
We did have a bit of a monster hand. We'll go down to the basement now. Let's go meet the
door to
princess.
The basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials.
Now this would be completely overwhelming if I saw this in real life.
Nothing here seems to belong. And the closer
I
you
would be
examine
absolutely
your
terrified.
surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma
Like,
to it.
If you fall, if you don't go off the edge, how long do you fall for?
Of every scent there is at once.
Uh,
An odor that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
there we go.
Hello? Hi.
Otto.
What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
Probably.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
No, there's a princess down there.
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Take the harsh stairs on the left, takes the center staircase, take the soft stairs on the right. Oh, let's just go for the harsh ones.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel.
I like going either left or right in a
The
maze,
air
so...
around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold.
Oh
Your
no,
toes feel like
getting all
blocks of ice,
spiky
your breaths puff
and
out
cold.
in clouds of condensed vapor.
I'm happy it's finally getting cold out around here.
You shudder against it as you continue down
This
the
looks a little bit
stairway,
colder than I'd want, though.
losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself
I feel
beginning
like
to
left
untether.
might not have been the right way.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish. until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
Hey, it's a princess.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement.
We're gonna meet the princess and get to know her.
Why you're here.
We don't trust you,
Why
narrator.
are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems... normal.
Alright, I'm sorry I didn't realize I was here. What's your name? Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me? For all I know, you're locked up here, down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here? You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you. Let's just start with what's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. Princess.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? Again? Have you been here before? Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew. Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until... It's hard to describe.
Hey,
Until
Christopher.
The only thing we could see was the same
That's
cabin
weird.
going on forever.
No,
And
we're
then
just working
you
on
told us
slaying
that
a
the
princess
world
today,
ended and
or not.
Died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar
is already
with the rest of it.
Interesting how much me just trying
Seems
to
me
ignore
like you
going in
saw
here is
something you
playing
weren't
into this
supposed
already.
to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. It's
I'm
not already
not
too late.
sure.
You
I
have a job to
uploaded
do
a
here, and
shopless
you
run
must do
on
it
YouTube
now.
last night, or yesterday,
Ooh, new plan.
but
Let's see if we
I
can
haven't
make
done
it
Dungeons
even
of
more
Infinity
a-
since Tuesday night. There's more of you now. Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart. Oh, da-da-da-da-da. I'm trying to get you out of here. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything. Slay the princess. Leave her in the basement. Let's just go with the simple there's more of you now.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
I hope you're doing alright today, Christopher.
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do while chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going.
I do. How many times can we
Neither
break
do
her?
I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? You could always start by stabbing her. Which her? Any of them. I don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out the window. Can you imagine? I
How
don't
many
think we're
princesses
gonna
can we
be able
get?
to Put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
That's fine. You know why you're down
Maybe
here?
It's because I'm dangerous. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but
That might be the
we
plan.
can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
See how many personalities we can get.
Follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
We have 4 personalities so far. Let's get the 5th princess.
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you
Yep.
everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
Chatter for the upper left now, right?
Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs manage to chew you up,
I will devour you.
sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Alright, now we have all
We're
5
probably
personalities.
stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Great, I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. Can't just leave her in the basement. Slay the princess.
Wait, that's not right. Go on.
Should be multiple choices.
You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself.
No hand in the
rupture.
middle or the upper
room
right.
spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. All at once you charge forward, knife gleaming to slay the princess just as you strike at her bindings and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
Yes. I enjoy the idea of a royal
This-
kaleidoscope.
We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
I'm enjoying the art in this so far.
Nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are
Like-
dead and others, they
I'm
just don't fit. They just don't
Curious if I had done this earlier, if there'd
You
be
can feel them
less
moving
than the
around
5.
in places they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull
Hey,
us
Smoochum's in
apart?
chat.
Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Oh, we'll just rewind time again eventually, right? So anyway, today, I'll do my best. I don't think you're supposed to be fixed. No. You just destroyed everything. I'm not going to fix you. Say nothing. You know what? We'll just do our best to fix her. That's fine. Everything is possible, nothing is. Achievement. I don't know if she had a chance to hear your reply. She's gone, replaced with something else.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we even go about looking for her. The narrator's gone. think I'm supposed to look at the mirror. The narrator's gone.
Does that mean the world ended? What are we supposed to do now? You're right. She's gone. It's
Congrats
just
on your
us
catch,
and
Bruce,
that
especially since it was a shiny one.
thing. Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
I think we're supposed to look at the mirror.
Dreadful about it. I don't think you should. No, don't do that.
Okay, we
Beg
got no
me,
choices left.
Don't do this. It's different now. It feels, I don't know,
Never scared us before.
final.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. The body, it's you. You're alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Explorer, what are you? The gift of the fragile vessel? Is this the end of the world? Let her out of here. Do you know the narrator? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? Do you know about the end of the worlds beyond this place? Are you the princess? Do we know each other? What happens now? Attack the entity? Destroy your body? Let's just ask her, what are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
A VTuber. Solitary lights? What do you mean? What do you think I am? I don't know who I am. I'm a person. That's close enough.
A person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Gift of fragile vessel? Is this the end of the world? Or is an imaginary friend to many? Let her out of there. Do you know the narrator? Let's go with do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But you were always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Sometimes. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Do I want to
Bring me
forget?
more perspectives, so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you? How much will I forget? How many more pieces of you do I have to find? And what if I don't let you do this to me? I was sent to slay the princess, stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do? Okay, make me forget.
You
What was
ask
that?
of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help? Help you.
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More
Let's go
than
down that
you
road.
have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I'm not going back. We're just gonna wait for now.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever?
As I said, if I can be defiant, I usually am.
Images
Hey,
of
Metal.
You and I into
Hope you're doing
a
okay
box
today.
for safekeeping. If you close that,
Hi, how are you?
will you become another you in another world? An imaginary
We are playing Slay the Princess
cabin
today.
hidden itself
I have
until
not
it
played
can
it
no
before,
longer bear
I
the
just know it's a bit
weight of
creepy
its
with a good
infinite
story.
rage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Oh no, the game crashed. Or forcibly closed itself. I'm not sure which one happened. I could totally see this game just closing itself in response to the choices I just made. It did.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Nice. We'll do the other choices now. Aren't you scared that you'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived.
Yes, that's lovely. I
I'm
love
not
when
afraid to
games
die.
play extra mechanics like that. Just a quick save and close the game, so when you load back up, it continues.
Everything. Until we meet again.
Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
On a path in the woods.
Looks like we're back at the beginning now.
That path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Note, you can skip previously seen dialogue, hitting tab on your keyboard or R1 on your controller. Let's just go with the suite I've always wanted off of Monarch this time.
A spirit.
We'll see some new stuff.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
You know, the murder
You'll
type.
Find the princess within.
We're supposed to stab her.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Maybe.
Don't believe a
The
word
Steam
she
page
says.
does say there
I'm
are
not going to go through with it,
potentially
all right?
romance
She's
options.
a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed to the cabin. We're just going to try to remember what we did. But we can just toss the knife out this time.
The interior of the cabin is
Ah,
almost
no mirror.
entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Trying to spot new choices. We'll take the
You
blade.
take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Yeah, I'm realizing that there's going to be a lot of path options, and each of them are carefully curated. Oh, I can't even toss the blade out this time. Like,
The
I
door
love
opens
messing around with the,
revealing a staircase
don't do the main
illuminated
quest when they allow me
by
to.
an unseen
I was not
light
expecting that to actually
below.
play a role going forward
This is
with that
an
run.
oppressive place.
Usually you get the
These
joke over and
areas
just move
carry
on.
A hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi, just checking in on you. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you. Continue upstairs. Spooky voices. My natural response is just, hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
What are you, personality 2? No, you're 3.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Some differences I've noticed so far. There was the no mirror,
Beautiful.
but I also don't have the voice of the
She
Victorian
really
or
a
whatever
threat to
not,
the world.
and don't have the
Focus on
stairs.
task at hand.
The world is not currently fracturing.
And there you are.
But
Are
if
you
there's
here to
more
kill me or
differences, I haven't
something?
quite picked them up then. What? No, wait, why do you even think that? Okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you. Nuh-uh. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk.
Then why
Just
did
here
you
to
bring
talk.
a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat.
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare.
I just heard
Fine.
dare.
We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I mean, she does seem to be some sort of eldritch horror. That doesn't mean that she's evil.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Now, the
Thank
narrator.
you. Maybe now we can just talk.
The, narrator's just here to force me to kill someone. I can't
Against
trust the
your better
narrator.
Judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face.
Yep, those are massive
Unarmed.
chains.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it's a pretty awkward relationship. Are you coming on to me? Why did I get you out of here? Here, because you're supposed to end the world. There's people out here who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that? What's your name? How long have you been down here? Do you know I'm here to kill you? Okay, we've talked enough. We're just going to go with there's people out there.
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember
There's
much
a
about it,
Chansey
to
in
be
chat.
honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Nope, no one's told me. Let's go, or we get a lot. You're still enough helping you tell me. No, but I'm sure they have their reasons for keeping information from me. No, and if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I am to trust them.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully soon.
I don't trust you, narrator.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Doesn't seem to be any consequences for helping you. We can discover what's going on. A few more questions first, though.
Fine. What do you want to know?
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
No, it is personality
Or Her
one.
Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Congrats on your chancy catch, Leon. How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
I'm not getting one out of you either, buddy. Relationship? Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
And how would I get you out of here?
Can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... Well, we can
Yo,
always put that
narrator.
knife
How the hell is
to
someone
good
supposed to know how
use.
much time has passed with no reference? That's
Her
fair.
sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting. Right?
Yeah, I think we're leading
She
towards
is.
cutting off the arm.
I'm sure of it.
Oh, have you decided what to do?
We're gonna
with
free
me?
you.
You know why you're here.
I seem to have some sort of time loop powers. So slay the princess. I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains. I'm going to keep you locked away down here at least for a bit. And get to know each other prior. I decide what to do. Keep her locked away. Now we're just gonna get her out of here.
You have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I could still probably do it if I had
If you
liquid
don't have
nitrogen
the
and a
key,
hammer.
Maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas besides me cutting you out of here? I'm gonna go check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere. If not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. Let's go
That
with the
would
first
be
one.
fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant
Yep.
about cutting our way out. Anything
If you've
to
been down here
finally
long
be
enough.
free.
Just chance to get free is probably the way to go.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out of here. Try the door. Return to the bottom stairs. We're just gonna
You
try the door.
but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't.
Quite possibly
leave
she does
until
know how many
the
arms she'll
task
have.
is Done.
Hey, let me out of here.
Please are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is
Narrator's a
done.
bully. Turn to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Uh-huh.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Probably not, but for the sake of science, we need to know. Save the princess.
Against your better judgment,
And here's some gore.
place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
So look away if you don't like the gore.
Cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she felt any pain.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Was there something else going for it? Because I feel like, given her reaction to have it cutting off, she probably could have just spent the last year gnawing her arm off.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
Yes.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps
No,
forward
narrator's
and
forcing
raises
us
the
to do
blade.
stuff.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Slay the princess, slay the princess, slay the princess. Ooh, there's a warn her in there. Warn
Stop
her.
that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
We're gonna resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end,
Okay.
isn't it? I'm afraid it is.
Dragon
Everything goes dark,
or
and you die.
U.S.
I hope it
Kobold.
was worth it.
So narrator's willing to mind
On that
control me,
path in the woods,
and the princess
end
will
of that
kill me
path
happily
is a
with no
cabin.
emotion.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
In terrible sensation. Why hasn't this happened already? Okay, no. But I died. What am I doing here? Oh, you're a bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. Don't forget what he did to us the
Oh, there's a
last time
skeptic now.
around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
No, I haven't played the Stanley Parable, but it's on my list to eventually play.
If he doesn't remember what
I,
happened last time, maybe
at
it's best to
some
keep
point,
it
will
that way.
Stick some puzzle games in my stuff. I'm not amazing
I
at puzzle
can hear
games, but I do enjoy them.
right?
I have a big
It's going
list
to
of
be a
them to
lot
play at
harder
some
than you
point.
think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth with all this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Yes. Let me know more about you, narrator.
Those are two very different questions, but
That's fair.
fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Let's try to get the narrator better this
You
time.
died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
No, it's because you were taking over my body.
The
I don't think
absolute
the
irony.
princess would have killed me if
That's
you weren't
one
trying
way
to force
put
me to
it,
kill
I
her.
guess. You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You
There we
practically
go.
forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting. But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her?
That's totally
Did you
fair,
say
Christopher.
something really mean
It's
to me?
also currently on
Because if I
sale.
really did what you said I did, you probably deserved
It's
it.
part of the reasons I finally
I'm a
picked it up.
professional, after
I picked up both this one and Thousand Resist because they
Sure
both
you
interest me
are.
for a bit.
Anyway, I believe your second question was...
At least it was on sale. I hope it didn't finish being on sale as soon as I started this. Let me double check real quick.
A rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around...
Never mind, it stopped being on sale 2 hours ago.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any
Sorry.
consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started.
It should go on sale on
Sounds
Humble in the
pretty
next month, I'm guessing.
consequence-free to me.
Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Christopher.
To a different world entirely.
And that sax is so much louder than the game right now.
What do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and
I will.
everything?
Thank you,
just as
Christopher.
I told
Have a
you
good
so?
rest of your day. I will figure out if I'm doing Widget tonight or still. I only got my Pokemon episode about half done.
For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul. Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the 4 of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are. You're talking in circles. No, I'm talking in facts.
Alright, let's talk about this princess. Yeah, let's just keep talking.
Just be quick about it.
I want to get to know more. Expand the lore. The only reason why she was even able to kill me is because I let her. All she did was slit my throat. How's she supposed to end the world? Who locked her in the basement? What is this place? Let's start with that.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path
But
in the
how did
woods.
people get her down if she's so
Don't
powerful?
overcomplicate things.
Yeah. If people locked her out, why couldn't they slay her? Why is it falling on me?
I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Now we're being sweet-talked.
Yes, right. We're here because we're special. Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now.
I
so
could believe we're
please
special.
Just get to the cabin.
Come on. Yeah. You're being cagey. What aren't you telling
I
me?
told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to trust me here.
Definitely sounds like you're citing something. I don't have a good reason to trust you. But, yeah, the only reason she was able to kill me last night,
Just
so...
can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right?
Correct. No proof.
What proof?
There's a
could you
Graveler in chat for
possibly
anyone who
ask
wants it in
for?
Twitch.
Literally anything. Fine. Check your pockets. You put your hands in your pockets.
Indeed.
And pull out an envelope with the words "the evidence"
Narrator is a
written
huge
across
fan of
the
just
front.
trust me, and has the ability to
Within,
manipulate reality.
You find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth." That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting? I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as
I
we
mean,
do what you tell us to?
Historically,
Exactly.
good
Because you
devil
not doing
demon
what I
type
tell you
thing
to do
will be
means
playing the
you're
role of
putting
the
world at
narrator right
risk.
now, trying to make it seem
So
like
we've got
they're
everything
good,
we're gonna get.
to entice someone to slay someone that's actually good.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
We'll just go to cabin for now.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying
Yep,
her.
it is obvious we are not human,
Don't believe a
and
word she
yeah, we need
says.
some nail care.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to.
Oh, I tossed the knife out of the window this time. Let
You
me
can
toss
just
it out the
say
window.
Wink out loud.
No, I didn't. Wink.
I can search for a key before I go
Lower this
downstairs,
crown
too.
and focus on the princess.
Because that would rule out a lot of stuff if I can find a key in the cabin and not bring the knife down.
The interior of the cabin is less a
Oh, this is
cozy
different.
woodland retreat.
Different
and more
table,
like a
mirror's back.
dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight.
I think the
attempt
door's
to
different, too.
illuminate The cold, uninviting stone walls.
Oh,
and thick,
the windows are different, too.
wrought iron bars barricade the
They didn't have
windows,
bars before.
reminding anyone who enters
I think it was a
that
log
this is
cabin, not a
prison.
stone cabin.
The only furniture of note is an iron table bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Hey
The
there.
blade is your
Guessing
implement.
we can just go with Valen
You'll
or
need it
Val?
if you want to do this right.
But yeah, we're doing Slay the Princess. I've never played this before, so we're just gonna have a lot of fun exploring and personally, so far, fighting against the narrator. Didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. This whole cabin is different. Approach the mirror. Take the blade.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Still gonna check out the mirror.
What are you
See if we can ever go in there.
This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Wipe the mirror clean, it goes away again.
Reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right
We
now.
knew this would happen, most likely. But we had to try,
But
'cause
there
the mirror
a
was
mirror
in
a
the,
second ago,
End world. So we
and
can't
now
just
it's
ignore
gone.
it because we
If he doesn't
previously
want
did
us to
this.
know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Indeed. I'm about an hour into the game. I've been fighting the narrator a lot, so I'm not sure how deep we are into it. We've done one route where we fought against it, went down a staircase of ice, and then talked to the princess, broke her into 5 parts, and then slayed 3 of them and met the end times version of the princess before we got reset and ran into a fun little thing with it. And then we just did the more straightforward going down and talking to her, where she creepily just did nothing as we cut off her arm to get her free and then killed us. And now we're starting the 3rd run of this. Whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different. Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own?
I've been
It's a
arguing
different
against the
cabin
narrator for a
entirely.
while.
Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't
The
actually
princess
been
isn't
here
a good
before.
person,
I hope this means
but
you've finally
so
got
far
rid
she's
of
only shown to be
past life
neutral.
nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details.
Alright. Do I get the option to throw it out the window if I take the blade? That's the question. Because otherwise we might just be stabbed with it if we come upstairs. Now we'll just go without blade.
I'm going to insist we take the blade. We're in a dangerous situation, and I'm not letting us go down there without a weapon.
I don't want a weapon.
Are you sure? She killed us with it last time. What if she turns it against us again?
Yes, I'm sure, and I've already got a plan for that.
No, you don't.
Still with those past life delusions, are we? I hope part of that plan is don't give the world-ending monstrosity your only weapon, because unless you've decided to arm the princess, I don't think you need to worry about her having a weapon.
Peachy, we'll be fine.
Okay. I'm trusting you.
Fine, we'll trust you. Oh, I like this. Hey, don't I get to say this? What's the big idea?
Probably, yeah, but not about this. Call it a reflex. We take the knife as we go.
Wonderful. You do exactly that, sweeping the blade from the table before proceeding to the basement.
Don't worry about it. We have a knife, so what? It's not like we have to use it.
I mean, we had to use it last
No, you
time, just
don't
not for
have
anything.
to do anything, but you do well to use it regardless. Moving on. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase.
Yep, this is different
A few
too.
sputtering torches attempt to vaguely
Ah,
illuminate
lots of
your
spot the
path,
differences.
dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing
Probably
her a
help
favor.
if I was
Her voice, harsh but
better at
controlled, carries up the stairs.
paying attention to those
Is that
details.
a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She looks
She looks
grumpier
up
than
at
last
you,
time.
the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she
A lot more
moves.
chains.
The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall.
Makes sense, so
joining
she
the
can't
metallic
easily get as free
chorus
as last time.
She adjusts her hands in her lap. So much for cutting her out of here. Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table.
I'm enjoying how much these are
Have you
connecting
noticed
to
the
each
empty
other,
chain on the
continuing.
wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Like a deeply involved choose your own adventure game.
That was there last time too, wasn't it?
It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Sounds reasonable. Not sure I need to do anything. Did you say how locked she is? I'm just gonna leave her here. Leave the princess in the basement. Stay with her. Slay the princess. Let's just try leaving the princess in the
The
basement.
door locked behind us the last time we tried that, remember? As if by divine will, just as you finish the thought, you hear a door slam. I'm afraid you won't be leaving until the task is finished. It doesn't matter how many chains she's in, without your intervention, she'll find a way out eventually.
I'm just gonna
That's
sit and
not
talk.
fair. Unless you deal with her right here, right now, she will remain an existential threat to the entire world. What seems unfair to you is fair for everyone else. Huh. So it's not even safe to think. I see how it is.
How surprising. They
Indeed,
locked you
divine
down here
intervention.
too.
That's why I don't trust the narrator. I'm gonna sit with her though.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
This is fine.
You do as
We'll
she
sit where we're told to
asks
sit.
and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
She might grab the knife
Thank
otherwise.
you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
I still want to learn your name. Hey, let me out of here. Open the door. My intentions? What do you mean? I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that? What happened after I died last time? The other chain on the wall. Who's it for? What do you have to do with me? Seems I don't have much of a choice. I'm sorry. Slay the princess. Slay the princess. My intentions, what do you mean?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here?
I mean, to
isn't a
learn about
keyhole
you.
in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Yes, let me hear more of your side of the story. Don't be cryptic with it. How am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice, your head is in a shackle too. Let's just go with that one.
No, no. like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
It is true. We don't know if we can trust the princess or not.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options,
We know
listing the pros and cons.
People are dangerous, and we somehow have time loop powers,
Then
and the
let me help
narrator
you.
can control
I'll
reality.
start with the cons. If you're handing her
I
your
still don't know
weapon,
for sure that the
cons
narrator is
are
good and the
that she
princess
might
is
use it
bad.
to escape and end the
Hey,
entire
Rain.
world. And
How's
she
it going?
might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none.
Try to figure out if we
Pros
should
are
slay the
we
princess.
Can't trust him, possibly even
Mostly
more,
we're
we
just
can't
exploring
trust
random
her.
paths.
Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're finally feeling a little bit better. Let me out of here. I've been here before. My only resistance. What happened after I died last time? I'm not giving you a weapon. You realize that I have as much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me, right? I'm not giving you a weapon in case you've forgotten you killed me with it last time. I can cut you out of here. I'm not giving you a weapon. Trusting you, give her a knife. If you want to leave, you're going to be the one. I'm going to be the one with the weapon. Deal with it. Cut her out on your own.
Okay, what the hell am I sensing?
Seems I have too much of a
Is that
choice.
another
I'm sorry.
Marion? Is that me?
Let's
Let me
try.
Kill me!
In case you've forgotten you killed me with it last time.
Oh, are we talking about that?
Yeah. Hope
I
so,
thought we
Rain.
weren't going to give away
I'll
the game.
probably be joining the Witch It. I need to just assess some
But
things first.
sure, let's talk about what happened. Because what happened is exactly my issue. If you take a moment to imagine yourself in my position, I think you'll understand.
I got my
why letting
Pokemon
you
episode
near me
about
with that
half
thing is
done, so I think
untenable.
I'm in okay shape to just finish it after Witch It.
So, be a good bird and hand it over. And if being nice isn't enough motivation, well, I'm not afraid to resort to violence. If you come near me with that thing, I will strangle you with these chains.
She doesn't beat around the bush, does she? Yes, it's almost like she's a fundamentally bad person who wishes to inflict pain on others.
Yeah, we were
Or
guessing
it's a bluff.
Dragon or Cobalt
I
earlier,
have feelings, of course.
but
but
maybe
you should
we're
be aware
some
of
sort
my
of
position.
dragon
I
harpy
guess what you said
thing.
back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things.
It's complicated things how, exactly?
Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
A contingency for what?
For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
Yeah, things are changing to make it harder.
Hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles.
Don't know which side you're working for.
I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
That's pathetic.
I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
We can. We can't be sure if the narrator can or not.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
Oh, a muck is in
Moving
chat
on.
for whoever wants
Why
one.
is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
I won't.
Yes, I won't.
Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
I like the skeptic. Skeptic's very much in line with my thoughts for the most part.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
So what happened after I died last time? Yeah, the chain of the walls there. You want to leave? That's how you're going to be then. I guess I have to do this. Check the game files? What happened after I died last time? We'll start this and I can
happened.
pop up game
You
files.
died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
Yep.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something.
I'm not going to trust a narrator that can change reality.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
Another chain on the wall. Who is it for? Might as well ask
Well,
that.
But you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to
Okay, that
save
just
the
makes me want to
world.
lock myself in the chains. You know, chains, if anyone should be nudged, can you tell me? Or it's me. Yeah, we're gonna look at the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Yeah, I know.
And why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
Kind of. Despite
And
you.
what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need
Indeed.
to investigate.
Despite the narrator.
But
Let's
what if
go.
he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
Worst case, we
I am.
die and restart. Time loops. Inspect the shackle.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and
Oh, we can
sent
just chat with the
skittering
princess more.
across the floor of the basement.
I want to know the truth about her.
Excuse me? Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Yes. Prison of the
Yes.
mind. Become your own jailer.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
She's got company
What are we
now.
supposed to do now?
Just chat.
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
Hello, Thies the Spade. Or so we're both stuck here. What should we do? Do you know this is going to happen to me? Wait in silence. Let's go with did you know this is going to happen to
No.
me? That was a nice succinct answer. So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
You're not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude.
What should we do now? Wait
You
in
and
silence.
the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
All right.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes.
We just
The
slowly get
basement of the
hungry and
cabin
die.
remains much the same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How
But
exactly
why?
does that work?
Yes, skeptic, go.
It just does. But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again.
We will defeat the narrator.
And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first. A bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there,
So the chain
they
keeps
get
us
larger.
alive as well?
and larger.
Have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk. Remember?
Still rude.
Continue to wait in silence. I just wanted to talk about this stuff.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't
Yep,
make
erosion
sense.
slowly
Has
going.
our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
Indeed.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
Yep, the place is just slowly eroding around us.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor.
It makes sense
like a
the princess
liquid,
wouldn't do it if
covering
she's
the
some sort of
ground and threatening to swallow you both.
godlike thing that's going to end the
Time
world.
continues to pass and pass.
Why are we not starving? Is
and
there magic in
pass.
this chain?
Until suddenly, there are no walls. And then... And...
I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Alright, we're going weird now. Oh, hey. Another arm form. But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but not the end for me. It's going to be okay. Just trust me, we've been here before, and you always get scared.
But
Let's
it
go with
feels
that
so
one.
bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back.
Hey, Skeptic's still here. Good. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
If you say so.
And we're going to loop back again.
We'll trust
But
you.
Feels too good to be true.
we'll go hang out with the alternate princess again. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. Mirror always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. You've grown. The bloat. You've grown. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her again.
Flickering lights and empty cities.
Not multiple forms of her this time, just the one with the arms.
Vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being you were? How much have you changed? What does it feel like change like this? When this is all done, do you know what you want to do? You know at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? When I go back, there's that invisible wall closed around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you. You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why? What do you want me to bring next time? Do you have any thoughts on this vessel? I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be. What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing to you. I've hurt them. How many more vessels do I need to bring to you? I'm ready to go back. Attack the entity. Destroy your body. So many changes. Where's the invisible wall one? There we go.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to
Yep,
perspectives
lots of
I
hands.
have already made my own. They are useless to us now. Inaccessible. The only paths of value are those
That's
that
fair.
are yet untread.
But I still haven't tossed the knife out the window. Can you give me everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
So 26 to 32 hands or so, besides the main body things. You're the same being as you were before. How much of you has changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves
Yes,
new
words
avenues of
words can be
expression.
difficult at times.
I am different, but I am the same.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Let's try you've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Fair enough. What do you want me to bring next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares
There
their
is a
secrets.
Anarith in the Twitch chat. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is determined, but also cautious. One that would rather let the world move around her than move it herself. She will make for a patient heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
All right. So you don't have any preferences on how you like to change
My
your girl?
preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Okay. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more. and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone.
Effectively all
and without
riddles to figure out what
sensation.
things are going on.
I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Congrats on your catch, Bruce. Okay. At the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If
You're going
I
to say
am
no.
to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters
Yearn for more
are
perspective.
shallow and murky,
That makes sense.
and I yearn for more
Okay, I
perspective.
think we might just go back.
You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Okay. We'll just go back now.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
We'll try listening to the narrator this time. Everything goes dark and you die. Bring a prisoner to her, a patient heart. 'Cause I
You're
don't
on a
think we
path
can,
in the woods.
kill her anyways. End of world, what are you talking about? You consider that maybe the only reason the world's going to end is because you locked her up. Killing a princess can't yourself. Can't someone else do this? Forget this, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Did I get a reward for this? Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Let's just go. Okay,
Don't
thanks for telling me what to do.
It's all part of the job.
Yep, time for the next round.
You make your way up the short path.
We're just going to be
the
obedient
cabin.
this time. See what
You'll
that
find
leads
the
to.
princess within. A warning before you go any further.
Yeah.
The interior of the
we're
cabin
back to the
is
first
almost
house.
entirely bare. The air is stale
Now I try to
and
throw the
musty, and the floor and walls
thing out
are
again.
painted in a
Enter without the knife. Okay. Maybe we won't listen to the
The door
narrator.
to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly
As-
illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an
She should have
oppressive
only one
place.
chain now.
The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice soft.
Hello? Is someone there?
Is
This is a different voice than before.
hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's
I didn't
all
forget
part
I
of the
skipped the knife.
manipulation.
I haven't gone down here
Playing
without
a
the knife before
dangerous
yet.
game by coming here unarmed.
Hi, just checking on you. I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you. Continue upstairs. Let's go
How
with the
many times
hazard.
do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
I was gonna follow orders, and then I saw we were back in the
Really?
first one.
You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
This is a different version of the princess than the previous ones.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Listen to the
Hi.
next narrator next
I
round.
can't believe you're here. I've been
We got
waiting
down
for
here without a
something
knife
like
this
to
time,
happen
so.
forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't
Nope.
do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Let's talk a bit first. Can I get your name this time?
Okay.
Can I get your name?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before
That
she
complicated of a
responds.
question.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
I can imagine Mario. So is Princess your name? Not even going to entertain
Like
the
I
other ones right
said,
now.
You can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't
we
even
give you a name?
thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Yeah, depending on how much time I can believe that people can forget their name. That seems weird to remember that you're a princess and not your name. Alright, I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you've been locked down here for a reason. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking? I was sent here to slay you. You're supposed to end the world. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We get to know each other better while I decide what to do. True, she is wearing a crown. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up. It isn't worth the risk to take over the world. Retrieve the blade. Go back upstairs and retrieve the blade without saying another word. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. Examine the chains. Let's just ask about eating or drinking.
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
What are you gonna do if I let you
The
out of here?
princess hesitates before responding.
You got a slightly different personality, so...
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter.
Truth?
It's not like you'd believe me.
Nah, give me the truth. No, I can't ask for the truth. I don't know anything. For all I know, you're locked down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
But I want to know how she kills me if I set her free without the blade. We'll just go down to here. Can't believe they're keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Okay. Gonna get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. We'll go with that one.
You're only making this more difficult.
She does sound like
You
she's
do,
constantly on the
and
verge
you
of tears
won't,
this time.
I promise.
You're making a huge mistake.
We'll see.
No, you're doing
We're
the
getting
right
more
thing.
information. I'll grab the
Cuff
knife and try to
chains
slay her
binding
next
the
time.
princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Nope.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around here. And if not, at least I'm something to break you free.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Okay, not just talking about cutting off your arm real quick.
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always
Nope,
cut me out
there
of
we go.
them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally
I still agree with
free.
that statement.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut.
Okay, we're
You
locked
hear
away
the
from the
click
blade
of a
now.
lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Just gonna return to
You
the
make
bottom.
your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade.
Probably
like
has
you were
enough chain to
supposed
strangle us with it.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
There's a
We'll just
slight
keep each other
panic
company.
rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her
We're going
arm
into
to
gore
her
again.
mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
We're doing the thing that I said she could have done
She
before.
rips her flesh from her bone. A sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
So if we free her, we're going to be stabbed
You
by
won't
it. It's
like
the nearer
what
to
happens
force
if
us
you do that.
to try to kill her. Ooh, but we only have the choice to save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't.
Still not sure why the blade was
She
teleported down
smiles
here.
softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
This is slightly different than last time.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No.
This is going differently
We
now.
won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No. I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body
Nope,
steps forward
we're being forced
and
again.
raises the blade.
We've seen this one.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Oh, she didn't turn around last time. Now I'm torn between warning her and slaying. We're just going to try the slaying route, though.
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten
Yep,
out
we
of
have
here
some sort of
together.
feathers on our arms.
Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with the same
Princess is
animal
definitely
ferocity
dangerous.
she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky,
We wounded the
we'll kill
princess
her
at least.
before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened.
It's
I'm sorry,
over.
but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Witch. I believe that's a different chapter title than before.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Can't fast forward this time.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the
Of the
world.
world. She's going to kill me again, but I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again?
I can
go with this one.
assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened,
Yes,
then
just
maybe it's
yee.
best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our
Ooh,
cards close
opportunist.
to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so
Well,
let's
you know,
get on
she's
with the show.
defend herself and she's powerful. Don't know we can't trust her. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother with anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
I think this might be the same thing we heard last time, but
Let's say for a moment that this really is the
Yeah,
same.
we've heard
Done
that
it
line.
last time, which probably only happened. We were just weighing our options in a morally
This is new, though.
ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess and now everyone's right
things
back
may
where
be
they
different.
started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did
It is actually a fair
time
question.
simply rewind itself?
are we looping
Or
time
you
or going to
instead
different
transported
realities?
to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone?
Sure,
and
we're not sure. She might have died
everything,
too.
just like I told you she would. That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we? You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions.
Sure.
What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Alright, we'll just proceed to the cabin. We know you're not going to say anything
warning
that helps.
before you go any further. She will lie. Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done.
I do wonder how many different voices we have. Which version are we
The
in?
interior
Oh, this
of
is
the
a new one
cabin is
again.
a mess of twisted roots. The
Gotta
walls
check the
a
mirror again.
chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf. with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
Windows don't even have
You'll
any
need it if
things
you want
stopping
to
them
do
this
this
time.
right. Very
Oops.
different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll
I
finally
assume that
drop
was-
ridiculous
this looks quite different.
Past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Alright. Explore the mirror first.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking about? This is. You
Still
reach
plays out the
forward
same.
and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
Wonder if
I
after
hope
we
you know how
unlock
ridiculous you look right now.
all the paths,
You take
that's when the mirror
blade
becomes
from
important.
The shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have
That's
it.
fair. Yes, it's all a trap, Jeff.
That-
We're just exploring stuff, trying to figure stuff out.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening
Yes.
below.
Part of me wants to get
Shines
trapped
in
again
the
and just
darkness,
see if
like
there's
some
unique
kind
art
of
to
massive
pass time
maw
over and
waiting
over.
to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your
just gonna
lungs
listen
are
to the
being
narrator
coated
this
in
time.
mud with each intake of breath.
Unlock the path of we did
The
what you told
princess
us.
lives here, slaying her
and that
would
didn't work,
probably be
so
doing
what
her a
now?
favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared.
Definitely different
Probably
personality this time.
won't bite.
What is this one? The fourth one? Or fifth one? Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying
Just
her
a
will be
princess.
easy.
Sure.
She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away.
Yeah,
she's
as
going
long
to
as I don't
break
mess this
free
up,
and
I'm
end
guessing this will be the
world.
third
There's no reasoning
unique
with what
path
she
to the
is.
ending.
Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
That's fair.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with
So there's
the
5 versions of
princess.
the princess. I'm guessing there's 5
Fine,
different
fine.
versions of the
You're the
hero
boss.
or voices, etc.
Thank you. You descend the basement steps,
Oh.
entering the dark room below.
She's
you can just
full-blown
make out the shape of
part
the princess in the gloom.
Lion this time?
She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
She definitely has the
And
more
there
crowns
you
and whatnot,
are,
and she has a tail.
One hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped
Yep.
the pretense.
Kitty cat of some form.
Good.
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it.
Hey, Mev.
So, you really don't remember us, do you?
And yes,
No, I
she does
don't.
feel it has some cat face
But
going
you
on
and
and
the
whatnot.
princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us.
Alright,
Is
I was
it all
planning
that
on just slaying
mindless?
her, but we're on a different path now.
Just focus on the task at hand. I don't
So
care
maybe we'll get
if
some
you've
new
been
answers
here
from her.
before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
Let's get to know this version of the princess.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find
Yep.
a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Sorry about last time. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes. I'm sure you've made mistakes. Don't worry, the blade isn't for you. Or not for killing you. We gotta get you out of here somehow. I get the sense that you're not happy with me. I died last time. You didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. Look, I know. Things got a bit messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us work. We should team up. You get out of those chains on your own. Those chains didn't stop you last time. Why do I have a nagging feeling you're gonna stab me in the back if I help you out of here? I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's some broken trust. Take my gesture of goodwill. Give her the blade. No, I don't trust you. Not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye. I'd like to be straightforward with you, my intentions. I don't care for how you treated me last time, and I think you might be a danger to the world. I'm going to attack you now. Slay the princess. Oh, so many choices. I get the sense you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
The only mistake I ever made was thinking you would help me. And I'm not going to make the same mistake twice.
Be nasty.
Well, that leaves us at a stalemate.
But unfortunately, I need you if I'm ever going to leave this place.
Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them? But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back.
Yeah, well, we might be able to help
I think
rule
that
the new
depends
world.
on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing. See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Oh, right. So you suggested we be nasty. I'm down with that. Like to be straightforward with my intentions. I didn't care for how you treated me last time. I think you might be a danger to the world. I'm going to attack you now. I think that's as nasty as I can get.
Do you think that being direct with your ill will frees you from its wickedness? Murder and betrayal are still murder and betrayal, whether you state your intentions or keep them hidden behind your back.
See? This is why we never tell people what we're actually thinking. She's just as mad, only now she's ready for us.
Still, better a violent fool than a plotting coward. Better for me, I mean.
As you close the distance, readying your strike, the princess's chain falls from her wrist. She takes advantage of your split second of surprise and throws a fistful of dirt into your eyes.
Is it
She
even
could have
locked
gotten
up this
out of
time?
those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. It's a shame we're playing opposite teams. This is why you couldn't just abandon her here. Left to her own devices, she would always find a way out.
New
Now stop
information.
her.
That's all we really care about.
You
She
must
can't get
have
out of the
known
chains.
I would be ready for you. Deep in your heart, you know the same things about me I know about you. We're both so very awful.
As you brush the silt from your eyes, the princess
Admitting
tackles
you're
you,
awful, huh?
flattening you against the dirt floor.
We were always going to kill each other here, weren't we? I can't trust you, and you can't trust me, and those doubts spin and spin and spin into hate.
She buries her teeth deep into your chest, tearing it. Great, she's distracted. Stab her in the back. In for a penny, right? Why not? As the princess rips meat from bone, you plunge your weapon into her unprotected back.
Yep. No, we're apparently stabbing her back, not her eyes.
You bastard! Even face to face, you find a way to stab me in the back. I know you, and you're hideous, absolutely wretched. Just like me.
Version is posting that the princess has a
So what?
bad side.
Throw her off us. Kick her in the shins.
Kick her in the
We don't have to
shins.
fight so dirty. Of course we do. Fighting clean won't help us win. It takes a wretch to know a wretch, and we're all at the bottom of the barrel here. There's no point in pretending otherwise. Are we at the bottom of the barrel? We've got dirt in our eyes and a chunk of us chewed out. If that's not the bottom of the barrel, what is? No arguments here.
Yep, we're gonna
Bullying
fight.
great. Keep playing dirty if that's what it takes. But if we win, we won't be at the bottom anymore. We'll have climbed a little higher. And once we start climbing, well, who knows where we'll stop? You'll stop right here if you keep daydreaming. Don't let yourself get distracted thinking about what comes after. None of us ever said we stopped fighting.
Yeah, we're still fighting.
What a low and vicious fight it is. Eyes
So
gouged,
many feathers being plucked
skin
out.
scratched bloody, hair ripped and nails broken. Every rule there ever was in the Book of Honorable Combat. Both you and the princess have broken a dozen times over.
It's a long fight.
That's nice and all, but are we winning? Nobody's winning. I thought playing dirty was supposed to give you the upper hand, but I suppose that doesn't work if you both sink to the same lows. Still, at least you're not losing. The princess cackles maniacally as the fracas continues. But behind her cackle, you hear the low groan of warping wood.
Warping wood,
Wait,
huh?
what's going
Yeah.
on?
How long has this fight been going on?
We're establishing a newer, better packing order. No, the groaning thing. Why is the wood making noise? Who cares about the
Yeah, no.
groan? It's just a sound.
The art's really
Humans
enjoyable.
make sounds all the time. I care about the groan.
There's also been
Doesn't that
so
mean
much of it
something
as well.
bad is
So much subtle changes. It's been quite impressive
Yes,
so far.
Well, I'm afraid that's the sound of the basement getting smaller.
Basement getting smaller.
Do you hear that, you pathetic wretch? Those are the roots of the wild, and they're coming to choke the breath from your lungs and squeeze the life out of you.
Excuse me, what?
Yep, we're a birdman, and
You
she's
and the princess
a
disengaged
cat.
for a brief moment, just long enough to get your
Cats
bearings.
usually have the edge with the
Behind you,
birds.
the basement door has been sealed over, thick roots barring your only exit from the dirt pit. And slowly, but very perceptibly, the roots are closing in on you both.
That's right. They're coming for you. And they won't stop until there's nothing left down here but them.
What about you? They'll crush you just as easily as me. Make them stop. You can make them stop, right? We're not animals, we're people. We can work things out. We can make things better. Take it back. I can help you get out of here. You and I can work together. We can be friends. I'm sorry. Give up what you've begun. Go out fighting. Just gonna go out fighting.
You attack the princess once more, and once more the two of you fall into a vicious brawl. The basement continues to shrink as you fight, but neither
Thanks,
of you
Mav.
paid any more mind. Not until it's too late.
Yeah, I usually do a lot of Zelda stuff, but I wanted to do a narrative game because I do narrative games from time to time. They're just a lot of
roots twist
fun.
around you both, binding your limbs and rendering you helpless. As your fates close in, all you can do is watch her, and all she can do is watch you. At first, it's
All
almost
right.
gentle.
The roots are taking us out this time.
Delicately off the ground.
This should be a new path.
The cradle of the growing roots soon gives way to tightness, and that tightness gives way to bulging pressure as they begin to constrict.
Indeed, just doing whatever we can to try to get.
The sound of creaking wood is drowned out by the snaps and pops of your bones, pain flooding your senses as you feel your skin deform, being shaped unnaturally by the living basement.
This sounds painful.
Tears well up in the princess's eyes, her own bones splintering and flesh swelling with trapped blood. But still, she smiles through it all.
Yep, this is a bit gory.
To do this again, you wretched little thing. I hate you, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
The pressure is
Hey, Clara.
You can't
And,
breathe.
yep,
Your
lots
vision
of eye
swimming with
content
red,
as we just
your head
slowly die.
pounding as everything tightens. And then you pop. Everything goes dark. And you die.
Ooh, chapter 3. This is different.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge. His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves.
Yeah, apparently this chapter, we hadn't hit
preventing
chapter
them
3
from
yet. We kept
stretching to the
repeating to
places
1
they
after 2.
need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here? I
Game is
think
breaking around.
This is our 3rd? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
Fought the princess to death and both died.
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped.
Now we have
He
2
tries
narrators.
to stare with wide pupils
They can fight each other.
at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a
Right.
passing glance.
So reality is
Shut up.
unraveling
The rest
some.
of you talk. What happened? What did you do?
Sure, there's no reason to keep secrets. Someone decided to go in guns blazing last time, and that someone got us killed.
And what should we have done? Let
Oh,
you
stubborn
draw
this time.
things out with all that conniving. Everyone knows a straight fight is best. It's honest.
Do we still have
There's no
opportunities too?
need to
Yep, we
bicker
do.
about it. I wasn't trying to start anything. I don't mind what happened to us. I kind of like it now that we aren't actively being crushed.
I can agree. The music
Yeah.
is nice
Now
and
that you
just
mention it,
fits quite well for
this
this.
isn't so bad.
And it's not like the fight is what killed us anyway, it was the cabin. No point worrying about who charged who when that place ground us all into paste in the end. The princess included.
Hero sounds out of it.
was a fitting end. I'm sorry if it hurt, but doesn't this make it all seem so small?
I see. So the cabin ground you into paste, and now you're convinced you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together.
Yeah, both the princess and the hero
We're
seem a bit
one.
out of it.
This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
This thing watching us, what is he? Why should anyone do anything right now? This is fine. I like being this. Why are you being nice to me? Don't you hate me? Don't we sort of hate each other? Feel the pressure of the outside pushing in on us. What are we supposed to do about it? It's how we're supposed to be. But what do we do now? Whatever we are right now is an abomination. I want out. I don't like this. I'm supposed to be me, and you're supposed to be something that isn't me. Okay, you narrator. How do I stop her? Let's just start with the nice versus hate.
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the doubting and the hatred and the schemes. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
That changed things a bit.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
Spoken like, honestly, a real puppet master. Have we considered that maybe she's the one trying to trick us?
Fair enough. We can do, that's what we need to be with the next choice. I'm guessing it's still there.
But there's a feeling, isn't there? That petty feeling she mentioned, it is fuzzy, but it's there. Almost like she still hates us.
It feels mutual.
Please, stop. If you pay attention to that feeling, we'll fall apart.
Okay, let's stay together for a
Look
bit.
at it.
She's trying to turn you away from the truth. There's something she doesn't want you to see.
We're good with not
I
looking
think
at it.
you already know you have to look at it. Hold yourself together. We're no strangers to effort. We can push this back down. Something might do us in eventually, but I'll be damned if that something is a thought.
Let's just bury it for now.
No, you can't bury that feeling. You can't hide from your past.
Yeah. There's a decent
The
lag
past
on it.
doesn't have to exist.
I believe it's
Our
only a
freedom
few seconds on
is
Twitch for
within
me,
us. We just have to find
but
it.
I think it's closer to 10 or so on YouTube. But the past does exist, I remember it. Turn inward and find freedom. Sure, we'll just find our freedom. Embrace your transformation, a glimpse of something bigger.
You fall inward into a network of connections too vast for your mind to occupy. Are you a path in the woods? Are you a body? Can you even grasp the fuzziest edges of the shapes that confine you?
We can change to fill them together.
We don't need to be everywhere at once, just in the right place at the right time.
That's true.
You'd do best to remember
Right place, right time.
that some
Sometimes the
wounds
best
will
way to go about
never
things.
heal. Some rifts can never be mended. Even in rebirth, some things never come back the same.
What is he going on about? What does he know about us?
Narrator's threatening us now.
He can't make us quit, no matter how much he tries. He knows that talking's all he can do. Of course he's gonna try and confuse us. You aren't whole. You'll never be whole again. This struggle is meaningless. Whatever you think you're doing, you will fall apart.
Yes. Mystery
We
games
don't
has,
need
or
to be made
narrative
whole.
games with a
All
big
we
mystery
need
to try to
do
figure
is
out
find
are a lot of fun
single
usually.
corner of his cage and break it.
Poke so many things and try to learn stuff. There's a place you need to be, you just need to find it.
You stretch and search and stretch and search, growing as you decay and decaying as you grow. As you strain beyond your limits, the ground around you becomes dry and unstable and crumbles
In
into
Twitch
nothing
chat, there's a
beneath you.
Valcorona.
This place will fall apart before you find its end. This task, whatever it is you think you're doing, is impossible.
Different or not the same doesn't mean
All
worse.
the more reason to keep
Be together
trying.
and better.
Come on, we aren't tired yet. That's right. I know a loser when I see one. Call his bluff.
I can hold us together for a little while longer.
Sure, we're just gonna
So
trust
long
you
as
this time,
trust
Princess.
me.
I trust you. Find the way out. Wouldn't have any choice in this anyway.
You won't find anything. If I have to starve you, if I have to sacrifice my world to keep the princess at bay, I'll do it.
Narrator's cracking this time. But you do find something. It's cold and smooth. It gently buckles and cracks under the pressure of your consciousness flattening against it.
Don't move an inch. Don't grow another blade of grass or harvest the remains of another dying creature so you can expand just that much further. Stop all of this. Right now.
I think it's too late for that, mate.
I'm still not sure who's actually the bad one. I speculated early on that the narrator could be some sort of devil demon trying to trick us into thinking that we're doing something good, but is just motivating us to do stuff. The princess is clearly not, you know, just goodness incarnate. But we haven't actually seen signs that she's actually truly evil. Meanwhile, the narrator was using mind control on us and keeps locking us in the basement to do his will. Shatter the cage. There's no guarantee that the narrator is bad or the princess isn't. But my guess is the narrator's trying to do what he seems is right, and the princess just kind of wants to survive
Job well done, team.
and is getting mad at us whenever we're trying to steal stuff.
Oh, can it? This was all of us, fighting as one.
Is this what he kept from us? Is this why he made us kill each other?
What are we seeing in there?
It's beautiful.
And then it's gone.
Where did it go? Why is everything so cold?
You never get a chance to answer her. You turn to see her gone behind you. Memory
She's
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. You always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
I am here!
Screw the mirror. We just
Welcome
need
back,
to
Royal.
find the princess.
If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice. It's the end for you, not me. See you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so.
Maybe there'll be a good fight there. Maybe we'll find her again.
Oh, Bubba sounds fun.
We're going places.
I just have some apple chai tea. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. Fear always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. Decay. You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. Blended mango milk tea with black boba. It's heavenly. That does sound enjoyable. Approach her. You're just a tree now? Tree of hands?
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. No, contradictions can exist. I stand to be a contradiction. It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always gets hurt to the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse? What do you think of this vessel? I'm still planning to kill you once we're done with this. Do you happen to know what the world happens to the worlds we leave behind? Figured out what you'll want when we finished. You still not care what I bring next? How many more vessels do I need to bring you? Ready to go back, attack the entity, destroy your body. Let's ask about the worlds.
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
How do you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. Even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Let's see here. You figured out what you want to do when you
The
finish?
desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me.
I don't figure any of these are going to give us very
I
clear
yearn
answers
for
about
what
anything.
I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
We'll just kind of go down the line. You can't be a contradiction.
And my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes.
Yes, I continue to be impressed with how many different choices they make. Even if most of these are
But I am also
not going
none
to
of
change much, it's still stuff they programmed in, etc., and just more choices. Ask about the princess. I don't think I have an option for that. We can ask at this
It
point.
changes me.
It changes
But it
her.
doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
No, I'm just curious at this point. If anything, it makes me like you a little bit more. It's just maybe early. All seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. No opinion one way or the other. I just want all to stop torturing me, and I hate you. I hate you. Now let's go with. Don't know what it says about me.
says that your heart is gentle. That even
Ask
in
about the vessel?
darkness
Okay.
You are guided by compassion.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is like a shadow of me, twisting vines in search of answers. She will make for a curious heart.
Another heart. I was expecting
Do
a
not
different body
mourn
part this
her.
time.
She has found what she yearned for.
Do you not care what I bring you
I
next?
care
Still?
about your gifts, but I
Still
have
no preferences.
to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Let's just head back this time.
I will be here when it is time for
We'll be
us
back.
to meet again.
Just gotta go find more realities. Everything goes dark and you die. Bring the networked wild to her curious and beautiful heart.
You're on a path in the
Yeah. Someone else just say that maybe I'm okay. I guess some sort of reward. Just silently continue the cabin this time. Yep, time for round
Make
4.
your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning. She will...
We're not going to go through with this, right?
She's a princess. We're supposed to... Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
See to the cabin. Mostly back to the first one from the looks of it. Let's see what it looks like once we get inside.
The interior of the cabin is
Yep,
almost
no mirror.
entirely bare. The air is stale and musty.
Seems like a
and the
fine
floor
round to
and
just
walls are painted
follow the
in a
narrator
fine layer of
to a T.
dust. The only furniture of note.
See what
is a
information that
plain
gets us
wooden
that.
Table, perched on that. You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult.
A nice fast round, because we've seen most of this.
The door to the base. Good. You're still
Continue down there.
listening to reason.
See what happens when we follow the narrator to the T. Time's gonna reset
You walk
anyway,
down
so.
the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so coldly...
Focus on the task at hand.
Just steel our nerves and step
You
forward.
Your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
We'll be nice on the next round,
Oh,
Mav.
no talking then.
I still need to do this path, so we're just gonna
What
follow it
makes you
completely.
think you can kill me?
Let her kill us.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have,
You'll have to get close enough to use it.
I gotta actually go through the Slay the Princess route at some point and see what happens with that.
You should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yeah, no, I've been getting that sense.
Yes.
So since there's no wrong
She lays
choices,
there
we just
dying.
gotta kind of
She
explore from time to
entirely
time.
believes
See what
herself
happens.
To be alive and well.
Have fun with it.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her
We're not doing this
face.
because we actually want to slay the
But is it
princess.
over?
We're doing it because we want to
Really
destroy the
over?
narrator. Of course not. So, of course it is. She's dead. I'm not sure. I feel like she has some kind of trick up her sleeve. Of course not. That was too easy.
It's over. Don't get all worked up.
We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
I really don't think you should do that.
And why shouldn't we?
Hey,
Is there
Kobolds.
something you're not telling us?
So far this has been a lot of fun. Just sitting
I've
back
told
and
you
enjoying
everything
this.
that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Gets creepy at times, but overall has just been enjoyable. Like I said, we're just going to follow the narrator to a T,
Yes,
and
exactly.
when this fails,
It's over.
then we'll see what changes the narrator.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in.
I don't mind
and help you with
suggestions,
your guilty
as long as there's no
conscience.
big spoilers attached to them.
But that
But
day
doesn't mean
isn't
I'll always
today.
go with the suggestions.
Let's just get out of here.
I gotta experiment on my own from time to time.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
What happened?
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe.
Runs away from us, and we're trapped here
This
for
is
eternity
good.
now.
Everyone is happy.
We're the new princess?
You'll be happy.
This is bullshit. Let me out of here. Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for
This
saving the
isn't
world.
an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or
It's
even
all a
decades.
wonderful, boring blur.
It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Explore. Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Hello. Do you have any idea how we get out of here? Of course we are. I like it here. Just gonna go with the narrator completely.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
Oh, we're happy. I'm sure of it. Alright, maybe I'm not happy. I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me
We
know.
are
I
happy.
guess.
We are
All
one for
happy
eternity.
Time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful
Yeah,
state
just
of
happy.
pure existence.
So
Though words
happy.
like eventually
Maintain
and
perfect
pass
posture.
ceased to have
Check.
any meaning to you long before that shift.
Hydration
Posture.
check.
Exist
Hydrate.
happy
So we are happy.
forever.
Forever happy. Good ending. You did it. You
have
saved
already
everyone.
committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
That's the point of return. There's no going back now. Okay, maybe I'm not happy, and I'm not just saying that because you're the last person
Good.
I talked to.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Oh, we're going
I
dark.
can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to
It's
take
happy
that
in this
blade
room.
and use it. Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead? Anything you got ourselves. Let's just start with that
How
one.
astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you.
Cabin was pretty
and you
dark too.
Shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little
Yeah,
voice
it's the same
didn't
thing
want you to slay
forever.
the princess.
It's always
It didn't
debatable how
want
good it'd
you
be.
to be happy.
As being in a constant state, like happiness, sadness is typically deviations from your norm. So it's hard to be truly happy all the time. Sad is pretty possible, unfortunately. Gonna be right from this. Be pretty upset if we die.
If
Let's
we
go there.
die, you can yell at me all you want.
Oh yeah, I saw
know
when I was
it's a happy
booting
little
up
place for you.
that there was a
Is this
trigger
not
warning
good
page.
enough reward for saving
I
the
decided
world?
to
An
ignore it
eternity of bliss?
and
You-
just warn people in general
all
that
great.
this game can be dark with mature
Fine.
themes.
Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
So it's possible to actually totally slay the princess.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
So we know if we follow the narrator's
You're
trapping
on a
us for
path
eternity.
in the woods.
Yeah, the narrator's
At
very
the end
annoyed.
of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a
The
princess.
princess.
You're here to slay her. If you
This is the new one. But I killed myself. What am I doing
I
here?
assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Do we have a new alternate voice from before?
That's fine.
Voice of the
It wasn't
cold.
very hard to kill her last time. We'll
It's
just do it
definitely a different
again.
voice.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth. Let's just proceed to cabin.
A warning before you go in. If she
Yes,
will
yes.
lie, she won't be a problem.
Proceed into the cabin. Alright, what's the inside look like this time?
The interior of the cabin is cold.
Definitely different.
A soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside.
Gotta
banging
check out the mirror
shutters
again,
against
even though
the
it's just gonna be an
windows.
empty wall again.
The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
You say anything about the mirror on the wall? Approach the mirror, take the blade. We're just gonna do the mirror
You walk up to the
bit
wall
again.
next to the basement.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall.
Wipe the mirror clean,
Reach
nothing's
forward
there.
and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
But there was a mirror a second, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly, it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Cold is weird. Oh, we take the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Enter the basement. The blade will eventually show up whether we take it or
The door
not.
to the basement groans open, revealing an old,
Discover that in the
stone,
past.
creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent.
Silent.
Nobody's here. Naturally. As
Naturally.
much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form
Princess
of
is
the
indeed already
princess
dead
comes
still.
into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay.
Yeah, ground closes fair.
She's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
How do I take care of a
Two
ghost?
deep-set eyes stare up at you,
Can I call the
followed by a
Ghostbusters?
mischievous skeletal grin.
Look, I do a lot of phasmophobia, but
Finally,
we don't actually
the
take care
rest
of
the
ghosts.
body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost!
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying.
Yep, here
What's
she
the
comes.
ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Hi.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
Interesting.
So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again. If we
Don't think she
wanted
has
to.
that much of a body. Let's wait and see how things play out.
I see you brought that annoying knife again. So, are you waiting for a chance?
It's not like
to
slaying
use
her
it?
last time went that
Or are
well.
you
We
here
just got
for
tapped in
something
eternity.
else?
This is actually what I was trying to tell you about in the woods. It's already happened. We killed her. I killed you. What are you doing not being dead? Do you know why you came back? Stop playing the victim. You threatened me last time. Sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that. Do you want me to die? Do you want me to kill myself? Satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did that. It wouldn't be hard to do it again. Sorry, is there any way I can make it up to you? The people who wanted you dead tricked me, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up. What do you want from me? If I knew I'd wind up having to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? You're dead, or at least mostly dead. What can you even do to me? After I killed you, this cabin, I want to say teleported? Wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped meaning anything. I had to kill myself to escape. I guess I should tell you why I was sent to kill you. You were going to end the world. I was told you were going to end the world. Okay, clearly saying slaying you isn't going to work. What do you want? Okay, team, I'm out of ideas. Thoughts? If you're dead, then there really isn't much for me to do, is there? I guess I'll get going. Leave her in the basement. So many choices. Let's just go with... After I killed you, this cabin, I want to say teleported. I wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped meaning anything, and I had to kill myself to save. We'll try team up after this, but just explain the situation.
Poor thing. That must have been so frightening for you.
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us. This whole thing's been an ordeal, hasn't it? She doesn't mean it.
It serves you right.
Yeah, she doesn't mean it.
I was pretty scared too, when you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched in your fist. But now you know how bad it hurts to get stabbed in the chest.
It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
People who wanted you dead tricked me, and the enemy has been my friend. Let's team up.
Nobody tricked you. And the fact that the princess's spirit has risen from the dead should be more than enough evidence that she isn't exactly sweet and innocent. It's all been an act. She's pretending.
Yeah, but you were trapping us for
I
eternity.
wouldn't say she's ever pretended to be sweet or innocent. She does have a little bit of an attitude, but I can't blame her. We did kill her after all. I wouldn't be nice to my murderer if I was killed.
The enemy of my enemy.
The princess circles you again, her icy fingertips trailing up your spine, sending shivers rippling across your flesh.
I don't want enemies. I don't want to fight. I just want to go home.
Go home?
Is that really so much to ask?
Where's home?
And just where is home?
There we go.
I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific. And how
Indeed.
convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
Not really sure how we can contain her right now. Do you know why you came back?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me. All I know is there's a hole in my chest. Not the big obvious one that you put there. There's something older and deeper. A nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
Ah, is there any way I can help you get home? Do you need me to bury those bones? Let's go with that one.
No, those bones are just a body. They aren't me. Bury them. Smash them. It won't do a thing.
How do we get her
But you
home?
can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now.
Still don't know
and
how I
everything
kill a
will be
ghost.
fine. Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things.
It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let
Sure,
me hitch
hitch a ride with me.
After all, you owe me.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us?
I already
She
said I
is.
was the new princess.
And I hope I
So,
don't need
let's
to
make it
explain
official.
why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would
Well, that
she
sounds
be
promising.
able to see us if we went along with it?
Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You
Yeah,
won't
this
like how
princess
things
is fun.
play out if you go down this path.
What if I say no? This would just be temporary, right? You'll leave me once you're out of the cabin? If I let you in, do I still get to be in control? Before I agree to anything, we need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you were in the word. Sounds great. Do it. Let the princess possess you. The answer's no. I need to think on this. Let's just start with before I agree. See if she has anything new about.
You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over.
Oh,
She's
right.
right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
Obvious was wanting me to believe that. How could it end it if the world, if all it took to kill you was a knife to the heart? What are you gonna do if you help you get out of here? Okay. Well, where are you gonna end the world? Answer my question. Do you want to end the world? I'm not cold, just dumb. I'm some big dumb stupid idiot. Stupid. That's what I was thinking, just believing what I was told. Let's see.
The only thing I've
Do you
ever
wanna edit?
wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
You still didn't answer my question. Even if you don't want to end it, does letting you out of here mean the world's gonna come to the end?
does. We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
Indeed.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise. The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of
Gotta
it.
take her to the other thing
It's
again.
home, I think. But what does it mean for anything to end? I ended, but I also didn't. And you ended too. But here you are. And you don't even look any different. I'm not so sure endings are real.
We'll leave it at that. And there's more choices here again. Stop playing Vikings. Certainly. You're dead, at least mostly dead. What can you even do to hurt me? No, that one was there before. Hey, team, I'm out of ideas. Right. Okay, I've given enough thought. Let's get you out of here. We'll let you possess us.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
That's fine.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
Hi,
She rushes
princess.
forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart,
So
all
how
the way
does this
down
one
your
go?
limbs. Your
Can we
mind
finally end the
growing
world?
cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul.
I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing
Yep, possession
pain,
time.
your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Indeed.
So, it doesn't work like that for you?
Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass, I'm...
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
So what's going on this time?
a voice? I'm me is what I am.
Finding more about what's going on in her
We are.
body.
We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No, not
No,
usually.
I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground.
Narrator's
The
kind of a princess,
is
huh?
nowhere to be seen.
Obviously she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
You don't have to
Nah, it's
even
for the
get
sake of
here.
science.
You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to
Wait,
fix this.
we leave this place? Okay, got it.
Probably. Your legs,
Science.
weary with the weight of the princess's spectral
Gotta
form,
experiment and see what happens.
clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards
It's the nice
the
part about a game with
stairs.
lots of choices. You
I'm
just get to
trying
experiment.
get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world?
It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little
Basically, the
voices,
argument
your body
is
continues its
Futurama and
ascent up the
Isekai.
stairs, staggering through the open door.
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able. It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
And whine.
This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
No, we're gonna let her outside. Charging forward regardless.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle,
What's gonna happen?
but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will.
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Indeed. Open the door. Find out what happens next.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see... yes?
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose.
Yay, we slayed the narrator.
What about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
We're still here.
Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
Hey there. Hitchhiker, pick up a passenger, take her to her destination. You feel lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare at you.
Anna, you actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, Killer.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I need to be.
You don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go?
Yep, she's gone.
Try and find her?
We should find her again in the mirror, though.
And there's that
Or at least part of her.
Why is it here? Why now?
I'm just gonna approach the mirror. This always goes the same.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Fine.
You'll be back, hero. You just don't get to see this next part.
You have to look.
Voices feel small and distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. How will we change now? Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. You just see what's in it. The remains. You've unraveled. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a record question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me? There's trees and stars, and I think they're people at least. At least they're supposed to be people. You think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real? Do you have thoughts on this vessel? Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken? When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator. He wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vassals have one? How many more vassals are we ready to go back? Let's ask about the narrator.
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Quite possible. He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are going to finally have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. Let's go with answers if we can find him.
Look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream of a life she could never have, but that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for a yearning heart. Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
Okay. Do you think that anything's real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something, but nothing cannot exist on its own, and because of that, nothing can't exist.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Fair enough. How many more vessels do I need to bring you? This one usually doesn't have anything. I'll just
Whatever
spawn.
you bring me next will be enough.
This is different.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
Cool. Just one more. Might be able to get that in the hour we have
The
left.
next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark and you die. Yearning heart, bring the specter to her.
You're on a path.
Skip. You ever consider I'm okay with the world
Of
ending?
course I haven't. Why would I even consider that?
Yep, time for round
Nobody
5.
wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the shore. A warning. Before you, she will
We're not going to go through with this, right?
ignore him. He
Don't have any extra voices right now.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air.
Nope. We'll take
You
the
take
blade.
the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult.
Just give her the blade this time. I think that's the different choice that we have.
The door to the basement.
Just checking in on you.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I haven't decided
How
yet.
about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really...
Seen this one. We're tighten our grip for
You
now.
ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me?
A little.
Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's
I want to give it to you.
If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Well, she's isn't bluffing. What if she kills us? Sure, Sazong. Just talk. I'm not drawing away.
Then I'm not talking to you.
I don't think you're gonna talk to me too much, anyways. At this point,
You stare at the princess, squinting.
squint at you.
She squints back.
Squinting
The two of you are
contest.
going to do this forever, aren't you?
Squint at the princess even harder.
Squint even harder. So does she.
At least nobody's dying right now.
You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going
Eventually, sure,
to blink.
but I'm not gonna lose the squinting contest. No. I don't think I want to slay her this time, so I'll just try talking some more.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine.
Now we're gonna figure out
I
something
don't
new to
know
do.
what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade.
Yeah,
on your
yeah.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
You're supposed to end the world.
Don't just tell her that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Remain
They
silent.
haven't told you anything, have they?
At least see some new paths here.
At the end of the day, whatever the two
We're gonna
of
get
us
killed
have going
here.
on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
Indeed. Get trapped in
So,
eternity following
I
the
could tell
narrator.
you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods.
But we
or
kinda
that
get
I'd open
trapped
an
in nothing with the
orphanage,
princess.
Or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
I don't know.
She's right about
Still
one
don't know
thing.
your name.
Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Okay, do we have anything new to go on here?
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Escaping, we're gonna be forced to try to kill her. Slaying. We're not charging right in, so she'll get to kill us, and we'll go that route, I guess.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
It's a good face.
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
Still not sure if she's a good fighter or we're just a bad one.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
I am
As you
here!
lie, crushed
Hey,
and
quits.
broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You
Hope you're
should
doing
let
okay today.
Fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand,
It's all good.
and now look at you.
We're just dying.
Really the best you could do. Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little.
At least I found a new way to die.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
Let's see if this is a route that changes anything.
This is the end, isn't
Or
it?
just a different ending of the first
I'm
route.
afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The tower. Have we done the tower before? Is that the stone one?
You're on a path in the woods.
Not
at
giving
the
me a
end of
fast
that
forward,
path,
so.
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin...
Oh, we've died a lot
is a
today, Quits.
princess. You're here to slay her.
Yay,
If
time
you
loops.
don't, it will be the end of the world.
Died what I'm doing there. She's going to kill me again. I think that's the new one. So we're gonna get that one.
People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous.
How many times
as
can I
yourself.
die?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot.
We get to the
harder
next
than you
chapter
think
whenever
to
we die to the
conceal
princess,
from.
usually.
What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to
Moves to
stop
the
her.
broken.
She's just going to kill us again.
I think that's a new voice. So that's a good sign.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
I don't think I've tried to leave during chapter
You
2.
have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Okay. The entity
A
won't let me go
warning
now.
Before you go any further. She will lie. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even.
That seems
need
like
to
a fine
try
idea,
to
Broken.
overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that
So
would be
I
for
should
everyone,
pledge myself to her.
yourself included.
That sounds useful.
I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on
I
saving
didn't do
the
well with
world.
hot liquids,
Let's
so
not
I
make this
drink a
harder
ton of
than it
tea,
has
but
to
it's
be.
usually not until it's down to warm or cold.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger
this is
and
definitely
more
different.
grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
So probably gonna just pledge herself to the princess,
the
but
blade is your
we'll see how things
instrument.
go with the flow.
You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
I have somehow not managed to get sick yet, despite Celia being sick for the last week. Always gotta
Walk
check
up
the
to the wall.
blade.
What are you
Nothing to
talking?
see. Go touch it.
You reach
Disappears.
forward, we should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen. You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
But we always gotta check the mirror. It might be different. Into the basement. Celia's starting to feel a little bit better.
The door to the basement
Still not
creaks
100%
open,
though.
revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Spiral
This is
staircases are fun.
actually
Though,
kind of nice.
small ones like this can be
It's
quite
still a stone basement.
crowded
Princess
and
lives here.
tight feeling.
Slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Booming voice, huh?
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Personality
You weren't
5.
kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about
I
how
think we
pointless
will
everything
embrace
was.
the
Now
brokenness,
you
probably.
want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
We go down.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you.
Oh, she looks
almost
quite
glowing
different.
in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her.
Alright, well,
It might as well
I
be a
appreciate
toy
you
for
hanging
all
out
good it
today.
can do. I
Hope you had a
told
lot of fun.
It was pointless to
I am
resist.
unsure how much of the game I have
The
left.
little bird has
If
returned.
I have a
to
chunk
me.
left, I'll be back
I
next
wonder
Thursday
what
with more
yours.
Slay the Princess. If we ended up finishing it
thought
today,
that
I'm not
might
sure what I'll be
again,
doing
even
next
though
Thursday.
You know it's
If I said Wednesday, that was
useless.
wrong. Wednesday's called
Such
the Lamb.
charming audacity.
But yeah, appreciate you stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your
Drop
day.
it.
We're gonna drop
The
it.
blade slips from your fingers and clatters uselessly to the floor. We didn't have to do that,
Yeah, we did.
and yet you did. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
Yes. We kneel.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Sure thing.
The last time
We'll
you
find out
met
what's
me
going
told
on.
me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help
You are
me
gonna
seize
destroy the
it.
world.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she?
Yes.
Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable.
Hey, Apollo.
You feel it.
Just stab her. Just stab her.
Melodramatic, but he's
I did
not
that once. I
exactly
hung out with the ghost
convincing.
one already.
What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay. First things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have
Hope
faith
you're doing
you
all right,
can pull this
Apollo.
off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost.
Hope
in
you're
your
gonna have
mind.
fun with Mech Warrior today. What would you have me do? What do you have planned? Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever you want to be. I have questions for you before I decide anything. What happened to you after I died? I'm not going to help you end the world. I just don't care if something new comes after. Can't yield you. I'm yours to command. What happened after I died?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
I'm glad you're looking forward to it.
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Alright, what would you have me do? What do you have planned?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
If you're so powerful, can't you break the chains yourself?
Don't be rude. Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude.
we should know our place.
That's fair. Our place does seem to
I
just be
can,
as her
easily,
pawn.
But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was.
Yes, seems very much she's the Rosalina to
destruction and
Princess
genesis to follow
Peach
in
this
my
time.
wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me,
We'll
my
struggle and just
will
obey her, I think we
triumphs
will
over
this time.
yours.
Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to. You can be whatever you want to be.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
We'll try this one for starters. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna end up with just this one. I'm not gonna help you end the world. I just don't care if something new comes after. I just can't let you do that.
I say, perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants.
No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade.
Don't think I get a choice. I'm
As
gonna have to
your
pick up the
eye
blade.
falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Why? What are you gonna try to make me do with it? I'm going to kill you. You're not kidding about the divine hand. Who's doing this? Is it her? Is it you? No. Our only choice is pick up the blade.
You reach forward.
Oh yeah.
Grasp the
She has
blade.
broken the chain beforehand. She slipped out of it.
Stand.
This one's easy.
From what we've done, seemingly she can't leave the cabin on her own, but she could get away from the
Okay,
chains no problem.
yeah, we can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
I hate you. I hate you so much, all of you. Stop making me do things. And kneel here forever.
You can feel a
Stand.
creaking tension between body and will
Hey, Skylar.
as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. All
I
silences
appreciate you
are
resubbing with Prime, Skylar. Always means a lot when people want to support
To
me like that.
define me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow.
Yeah, reverse vampire lore.
While I
Has to be invited out instead of
am
in.
brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
We're gonna go to
What?
chapter 3 again.
You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
End this.
Oh, we'll end this all right. Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Slay the princess, resist. We
No,
slay
you
ourselves.
can't just slay yourself. You're perfectly healthy and capable, and all you have to do is ignore her and do what has to be done. The blade and the hand that wields it remain firmly locked in place until you change your mind and decide to do literally anything else.
Look at you quaking against my will. An ant defying a god. It's pointless to resist.
In the end, everything submits to oblivion. But you're not the one resisting me, are you?
There's something else in here.
There's
Kill the
something else
narrator.
in there.
You can do it.
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Yes, take the narrator.
You bring the blade to your neck. You slice through soft flesh, severing veins and arteries. Your blood flowing freely down your body. It's a painful lesson in obedience, but the pain won't last forever. No.
When I see you again, you'll free me from my chains and deliver me to the destiny that lies beyond this place.
Okay, chapter 3. Free her this time.
I promise.
What third voice do we get?
I know you will.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3. Hypothesis.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of
Oh, this
that
is different.
path- Oh, let me guess. And at the end of the path is a cabin.
Contrarian. That's the new
Excuse
one.
me? Come on, man. We can see it right in front of us. And besides, we've been here like, what, 5 times already?
I think this is 3.
Who cares? The woods are always the worst part anyway. Nothing ever happens in them. I care. Every single time you've been here, it means an entire other reality has been damned to oblivion. One reality is already an incalculable loss. And there is a massive difference between 3 and 5. Feels like the numbers getting thrown around here are too big not to be abstract.
Is there? How many realities are there?
Numbers like
If there's
5.
5, then
Numbers like
yeah.
entire
There's
realities.
5 billion. 3 is just a small
silly,
number.
isn't it? None of us can count to a whole reality, and he's asking us to think about the difference between 3 and 5. You're already starting to lose the thread. Just because you can't personally sum up the contents of an entire reality doesn't mean that the people inhabiting it don't contain moral value. If you have any sense of ethics left in there, if you have any moral compass, please, you have to stop her. Don't you get it? Might makes right, and she didn't even have to touch us last time to prove her power.
I don't agree with
So
might
what?
makes right.
Just because she made us kill ourselves, we're supposed to submit to her authority without question? I knew when to surrender to our better. You would have lost eventually anyway, and it would only have made her angry. It would only have made things worse for all of us. Oh, for the love of... Can you all please just get on with it? You're not making this any easier for yourselves.
Going back to the same house this time?
Do we even have agency right now? We either do what she wants, or we do what he wants. Either way, we're listening to somebody.
Just arguing with
Please,
ourselves?
nothing in life is a binary. Obviously, we find a third choice that nobody wants. You all
Yes.
talk about
Let's not just be
choices
stuck in
and
binary.
freedom, but there is no choice when it comes to the
Well,
will of a
P-Dove
god.
is in the chat.
I'm going to cut you off right there. She is not a god, and the more times you fail, the harder it becomes for you to succeed. But the fact that you're still here means you still have a chance to pull this off. So, princess, dangerous, cabin,
How are we wrapping this all
slay,
up?
now.
Okay, hold on. I have so many questions. I'm not going to the cabin until I have answers. What am I? At the cabin? Run away? Stay where you are. What am I?
As you finish your inane question, the ground quakes beneath your feet. You feel an unyielding force pulling at you and your surroundings. The trees start to sway and then crumble, breaking apart as everything is drawn towards the cabin. Even the earth beneath you seems to shift, your feet unable to grip solid ground as you're dragged forward along with everything else.
Being forced into this.
The end of everything. The beginning of something new. The moment we open that door, she will be free.
Any, words of warning? You already know everything you need to know.
Proceed into the cabin.
As you step forward, the cabin explodes. You're flung backwards, violently slamming into a tree as debris rains down around you.
Well, this is definitely different. Witness your better's ascension, the end of something.
You watch in paralyzed awe and terror as the princess emerges, her body unfurling from some vast space as she stands upright to face you. The world bows to her. The ruined landscape shifts, trees and stone and the ground itself succumbing to her gravity, orbiting her like a great black hole.
Finally, the little bird has set me free. This is always how it was going to end. And this is always how it was going to begin.
There's a loud thunk from the tree behind you as something embeds in its shattered bark. Your pristine blade. It's now or never.
Hey, funny one. Didn't you say something about a third option over there? One that would make everyone unhappy? Take the blade, brace your new Gauss. It's trying to make everyone unhappy.
We could always run away, right? To where? I don't know. Anywhere.
You're all ruining the moment of her ascension. Have you no respect for the divine?
So we can flee, embrace your new goddess, take the blade. Which way to go? I don't think the blade's going to do much against her. She seems very, very big now. Oh, let's just embrace the new goddess.
Spiting him, it is. You don't know what you're doing.
I'm glad I'm hitting stuff you haven't seen before.
That's half the fun.
Fill the empty seat by my side. Join me for a new dawn.
You fool. You can feel the pull of her gravity catch you, carrying you from the ground into the violent swirl of her orbit.
Come to me.
Her words are like a gentle tug, drawing you closer to the mountain of her body. You land softly on her shoulder. Her skin is warm and comforting. This really is the end.
Hi, narrator.
Is it the end? We're still here.
I do love the effect of the narrator coming in and out. Nice guy unweaves into textured nothingness. He does not respond.
Everything is gone. Us and her. This is her power. This is where we're meant to be.
He's really gone. Huh, that's unexpected. But he would have said something by now if he were still here. Right? Yeah. Never knew when to shut up, that one. It's part of why I liked him so much. I can't believe all it took to make him disappear was saying no once. What happens now?
Good question. What does happen now?
This world is but an illusion, keeping us from my ascension. A play of shadows dancing on the wall.
The princess reaches forward into the textured nothing and buries her fingers in the divine flesh. Her touch is soft.
The flame may be snuffed, but the wall remains. This isn't just for my glory. You are a part of this now.
See? This is nice. We're safe. She's helping us. She's helping everyone.
Her grip tightens and somehow you feel it. The pain sits at the limits of your comprehension, like an endless sea of hands falling on you one after another, before finally collapsing in on themselves. You lose yourself into the darkness. Scream in agony. You have to stop this. I can't take it. You're hurting me. Suffer in silence. I'm just gonna suffer in silence.
Soon, little bird. Then your eyes will open, and all of this pain will seem but the fading memory of a distant dream.
Soon? Soon? Does that mean there's gonna be more? My only comfort is that he isn't here to see us suffer. He would love that, wouldn't he?
He would. Hi there. And yeah, apparently we've given ourselves to the goddess. This is my first time playing it, so it's fun to know that this is a newly expanded route. Texture nothing is ripped open, and with it, you are ripped open. Amid a sea of dissociative pain, you feel everything that is pouring out in the ether. You feel something else too. Anger.
Yes.
A need for rouse too slow.
Do something, anything, to make it stop.
Yes, this has been an interesting route so far.
Suffering is what she demands of us. Suffering is what we'll give. Why would I doubt?
Also, hello, Comet, I'm
It is
guessing?
so tempting to see what's on the other side of that great big nothing, but I think I'm gonna lose myself if this goes
We
on
got
for
the
much
one
longer.
with the
Why
weird
do we have
bridge
to be the
leading
ones going through all
to
this pain when
multiple
she gets all the
shattered
benefits?
Comet. Okay.
Blasphemer.
Multiple
We've
different
been
forms.
given the gift of
We got the
offering
ghost.
ourselves to a
We
higher
became
purpose,
one with the
and
princess for
you
this stuff.
spit in its
And
face.
what was the other one? This is our fifth one. We're just gonna suffer. Actually, we're gonna suffer in darkness alone. What was the other one? You continue to lose important pieces of yourself. The memories of entire lifetimes lived fade away into space. And your only recollection of them is something that used to be there. Yes. There was another one. I am just blanking on it right now. You die and are reborn, and die and are reborn. Shrinking and shrinking again until there is no you left to die or shrink.
You've done so well, little bird. Behold, the fruit of your anguish.
Multiple worlds. Coming ones. Ghost. Your eyes open. Are they yours? You don't feel like yours anymore. There's no other word to describe what they belong to.
Where are we? Does it even matter? Here, there.
Stranger. My first one was the one that I fractured reality and had the 5 different people or princesses. So the end form was something that was of that. Your vision focuses up, revealing what's been done.
What is that? I think I want to be there.
I was down with it.
It's where we're supposed to.
It was fun going through all that.
Can we come back if we go there? I don't want to go there if it means we can't come back.
From the get-go, I wanted to defy the narrator. Princess steps forward, bringing you both to the edge of something beautiful. It is dismally vast. But neither of you cross the threshold. There's a roaring like underground thunder. She is stopped in place.
Were we supposed to stop? I don't think this is over.
After everything I cast aside on my path to ascension, what remnant of the old could possibly be left to defy me?
You look down at the princess's feet, where there's a shifting mound, a mass of hands clambering over each other, crawling their way up her body. They start to pull.
Maintain perfect posture. Check.
The mound becomes a sea, and the princess struggles to stay afloat, to keep the two of you close to the hole in the world, in the light of something beautiful beyond. She is drowning. I'm not sure looking at the achievements. As the sea rises, she pulls you from her shoulders and holds you above the tide. You turn back to look at her.
We have to be able to do something to help her. This can't be how it ends. It can't. It can't. It can't. It can't.
I think this is the end. I can feel every part of me freezing over.
Hands reach over her hands, pulling your face, dragging her down in the frigid depths. She's tired and life fades from her eyes. I'm not sure. Mostly, I tend to go, like, on this route specifically. I was like, I'll submit to her, but I want to fight it a little bit and see what happens. And apparently that got me here. Princess summons the last of her strength. Her face a shield of purpose and determination. In her final act, she hurls you towards the hole in the world, towards the something beautiful beyond. As I just kind of like exploring stuff. She's saving me, huh?
I don't want to be somewhere she isn't. It would always be dark without her.
It's what she wants for us.
I see.
But can we make it?
Yep, I'll just stumble into this then.
Of course we can. We can do whatever we want. And I believe in her.
The hole seals before you can make it to the other side. If there's time to bask in what lies behind, it is not now. As you turn to look at her, you see she's gone. It's time to leave. Memory returns. Alright, we're to this again.
There's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Receive grace from a divine being. See that achievement pop? It's only a 2.7, huh? This is definitely not a route most people have hit yet. Of course you're scared. This end, going to T. Just approach the mirror. We've done this before. You approach the mirror. But you said it was for the new update, so I imagine a lot of people haven't come back to get this one.
Different. Final. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
I don't want to look at us.
The voice feels small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Reach for, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. What am I in it this time? You are nothing at all. That isn't right. You can't be nothing. You focus your gaze, and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Hey, Apollo. Are you me?
You know what I am.
Yeah, this should be the end of this playthrough, I'm thinking? I'm not sure. Crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image of glass in two. Another crack forms, another and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. And that's totally fair. I'm just randomly stumbling into stuff. So you are the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Something like that? You're not me, then what are you? So many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like this? I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away and stop asking questions? Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Are you part of me or something else? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why? I've met you so many times. Have you been the same you all along? I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What is this place? Where are we? Destroy the mirror. Let's ask why you wanted to slay the princess.
Among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering.
Good to know.
Untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind.
Yep, I can go on things on whims all the time.
And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
I think it was Heaven Will Be Mine that I accidentally stumbled onto one of the rare routes too. It's a mistake to do the single task. Who made me? What am I? So you're the narrator. Let's start with this one.
You're the Long Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Long Quiet, huh? Yes, I figured the princess was death. But in general, destroying death is not the right thing for the world. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
I have so many questions for you.
Make it quick. I won't last for long now that you can see me.
Does it hurt when pieces break off like that? Why ask meaningful
I don't
questions?
feel pain. Not physically.
I'm just gonna keep doing this and see how many things break. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece breaks
And
off.
if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Fair. Met you so many times. Have you been the same you all along?
And that's by both necessity and design.
Getting
This
answers.
construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that.
Ooh, I'm gonna
anymore.
wake up. So you don't know about the loopings. So many times I met you and died as it was being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. For all I know,
What answers
those
can we
other
get?
versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me, I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
Good to know. You consider yourself right. So many questions. Let's go with, why would you want me to rid the
If you
world
need
with
to
death?
ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
There are people out there beyond the walls of the construct. They know about this. What for them? What is it, princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you.
So many answers.
Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
Run out of questions. Death of an author. I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. Still have to see that. Thinks about it. Say nothing and ask him to run. Oh, we'll give him a lie to comfort him. This is the true answer. We're going to try to figure it out.
Lying? I can't tell. But I've said my piece, and my time's up. I'm just an echo.
I am here!
You know what you have to do.
Hey, Royal again. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. Narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god. It's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment.
So, Fractured
I've
World
missed you
one's the
dearly.
base form here? Missed you too. Did you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation? I'm long quiet, but I don't really know what that means. What happens now? Let's just go with I'm long quiet, doesn't know what it means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Did you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
So many stories we left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all this? Why is this all falling on me? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions I need answers before I make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would lead to this moment? There has to be another way. This can't just come down to either me destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you it was going to happen when we reached this point. Slay the princess. Slay the princess. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. Let's explore some of this. Let's talk this through.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
You are weightless and alone, suspended in the gravity of an idea too great for you to hold. The very ground beneath your feet loses its meaning. There is nothing but me. When you were confronted with my vessel's apotheosis, you chose to accept me, to allow me to burn away all doubt, and turn you into an instrument of my divine will. You accepted that I was everything, and together we found our purpose. Only with both of us is there a future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into consciousness.
Explore. Address this vessel statement directly. Appeal to your sheer humanity. Speak of life and death and change stagnation. That isn't what any of this has been about. Reject your authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. Reject your perspective. I won't engage in violence. Let's just appeal to our shared humanity.
Oh, is it no? Perhaps you can enlighten me. A shiver passes
There is a ghost.
down as ice and fingers dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they don't return it. I offer you absolution, and you take my hand in yours.
Got the ghost hanging out there now.
You caused another, and And you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was you to set me free. Without sin, there is no redemption.
Yeah, the Spectre was fun. Continue appeal, Shima. It's always just been about us. Two people forced to hurt each other again and again and again. We don't have to hurt each other anymore. Let's just continue to appear, shield humanity.
You cling to your emotions, pain is suffering.
She's indeed playful.
Beauty in ugliness, and love in conflict. A web of nerves.
Okay, this is the other one I remembered, so we're gonna keep doing this so I can finally remember what the last one was that I forgot.
Shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. Where did you end and I began? When you felt what it was to be me, we held on to each other and pierced the veil of truth. Will you abandon that curiosity now that we are no longer joined in physicality?
Did not, we just kind of embraced it. See, feel there could be love and conflict between beauty and ugliness between us without bringing the whole reality into the picture.
We are the whole of reality. To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. By believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. Bound for eternity, we saw the need for impermanence.
Oh yeah,
and it was
we just stayed together as a prisoner together, and everything crumbled around. That was the other ending.
Without impermanence, the suffering of living things is infinite.
We just chilled until everything dissolved around us.
Strip my gifts away and leave everyone to suffer in the dark.
We're just gonna continue down this route for now. It is an interesting one. Not the whole reality. Why won't you see me the way I see you? Why won't you see me for what I am?
I could ask you the same. There is only
It did hint to either we were the same as the princess, or the shackles were magical in some way.
We are each other's mirrors, and are we not divine?
The clash between you and Bates, Princess withdraws, trembling.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Believe in when you get above it all. What happens, or what do you think happens if we leave here? Okay, I'm ready to go, but how do I leave? I never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? Can't let that happen. Can't let everything die. Slay the princess? I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry. Slay the princess? You are cruelty itself, and I can't let you exist. Slay the princess? I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. Everything done can make me understand your perspective. You keep dismissing mine. I think you can change me, then I must be able to change you. I like one of the last two. Free.
There is no something else.
No, I didn't always bring the blade. It got teleported down to me with magic at one point.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Hey, hero. Which hero are you? I have no idea how good it is here. I can do this alone. Where is everyone else? How are you supposed to help? I thought voices weren't allowed here. I thought you died whenever I looked in the mirror. Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Where's everyone else?
You left them, stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I
I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Then
I'm
let's
ready.
go.
Well, this is different.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Outside looks weird. I don't mind, for old time's sake. Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make it to the cabin? Is the narrator really gone? Take the blade. For old time's sake.
Of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he?
Nope. Only once or twice.
I always thought they were implied. He never mentioned the mirror either, but that didn't mean he implied it was there. It's gone, though. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Is it really just the three of us?
It's
Did
just
everyone
us.
else
I think the rest
not
of
make
them
it
are
here?
still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
Is the narrator
Yeah,
really gone?
It's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
Okay. Good riddance. I actually know how to feel about him being gone. It's funny after everything he put us through. I'm kind of sad to see him go. Yeah, we'll go with I don't actually know
it's
how to feel.
complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? It's not complicated at all. I miss him. I feel
After
bad
all,
that he's gone.
it's forcing us to kill stuff. But I guess we'll take the
That's
blade.
probably for the best. It's always seems to give us more things we can do, right? So you're not going to suggest we throw it out the window? No,
I never did
too much
manage to
for
get it
that.
thrown out the window, though.
And he's gone, so there's no one left to mess with but ourselves.
I'll have to do that sometime.
You've gotten serious. Besides, what's the third beat? It isn't funny if I suggest that twice, especially since you never took me up on it last time. There's the guy I know.
Ooh, we get a chance.
You actually did it! I know I just told you not to, but I'm proud that you did it anyways.
Get a chance to throw it out the
So
window.
you finally left the nest. Yeah, just like that it's gone, isn't it? Blade tossed, glass shattered. I guess we'll have to make do without it. There's your third beat.
Out the window.
Hey! You're right. Good work. That was really funny.
Enter the basement. Who needs a knife?
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Yes, the left pass was very
it was
cold.
a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time.
We don't know what you want from us,
let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together.
Continue down the stairs.
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs.
Multiform version,
No
huh?
weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart.
I mean, that's what we eventually got down here.
That wasn't so bad.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script.
Yeah. Gotta do something new at the very end, right?
Are we missing a page?
Sit with, hi. I never got a chance to talk to you before you're taken away. Not you, at least. I'm sorry for what I did to you. It's so good to finally see you again. I don't think I want to be a god. Be the same as you were out there. What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be? Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you? So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name? None of us really fared either of us, was it? Just leave. I still want to know your name.
We're just a stranger. But that doesn't mean we have to be distant from you. It just means that we'll always be able to find new things to discover in each other.
That's sweet. But it's also a little sad. I think it's only sad if we want it to be sad.
Now, go ahead and tell me what determines it. I was very curious. And I don't know if I'm going to get around to playing this enough times to figure it out. Like, this is the first one, but I'm assuming it's not as simple as always the first one. This is based on your Chapter 1 princess, but in The Stranger, which is your first route, you don't have a Chapter 1 princess. Ah, that is fair. This is the real you.
It's so tempting to speak as she would, to simply state that we're all of them, but there were also something new. We don't know if you'll find that answer satisfying. Perhaps you'd rather hear that we're the first version of her that you've met, but that we've been shaped by the experiences of all of the others.
There's only 3 here instead of 5.
Yes.
I think these are the 3 that we killed.
Feels right to us.
It's her. It wouldn't make sense if she was anyone else.
Never got a chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you at least. Sorry what I did to you.
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. A conversation with us then probably wouldn't have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
We don't know. We've seen through so many eyes, but all of them have been hers. We like you as you are. We like us as we are. Maybe we would have liked her version of us too, turning the wheel of a cosmic cycle together. But that's not the choice you made, even though she did everything in her power to convince you. It took courage for you to make your way down here, away from the paths others would have had you walk. We find that courage beautiful.
But that's the worst part of us. That's me she's talking about. I think that's the point. There is no worst part of us.
None of this was really fair for either of us,
Is it
was it?
unfair if it's our fault?
Was it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair?
God.
Would this
It's the worst
moment
part
be
of
what it
us.
is without the
It's me
pain
she's
that
talking
built
about.
to it?
It's different.
We know we must sound like her, but it's how we feel. Everything that happened to us seems so important now. We walked a long and winding path together, and we've cherished every second of it.
Besides, I don't think fairness has much to do with anything.
So good to finally see you again.
It is, for all of us. We've seen so many threads of stories told between us, but this moment is unexpected. Even when we've seen it all, you still managed to surprise us.
Okay. Explorer, I don't think I want to be a god.
Hungry. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
But that's what you've always been, even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are.
Which is fair.
And neither can we. So, you might as well embrace it.
Alright. I mean, I'll ask this one for the sake of
Yes,
completions,
we think.
but
We're kind of
this
like
one's
a
not super
shadow.
important.
Out there, every part of us is blended together into one huge idea. A big wave of unyielding change crashing against the world. But in here, we're fractured. Small. Still a little more
We're
separate
just
than
gonna
we'd like to
walk
be.
out here together.
Our instincts still trying to pull us in different directions.
That's kind of like us, isn't it? Yeah. We really are the same.
What if we just leave?
I hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore, it's the spirit of the thing.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible, or what that would mean for you?
Sure. Let's see what happens.
Is that what you want?
Explorer, take their hand in yours. I always wanted to leave with you, but I didn't like being a god. I just want to walk through the cabin door as we are, just you and me. Not knowing is exactly why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. I want this. Doesn't matter what it means. What matters is we're leaving together. That's all I want. Let's just do the simple. Take the hand. There's no need for words. Let's just leave.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you. Yeah, I think we've done our job.
Thanks for everything, you two.
Thanks for making all the hard choices along the way.
And we leave with the princess. Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there's an energy in the silence, electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. On top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel their hand trembling in yours. They're unsure of themselves for the first time in their long and short existence. They have no part to play anymore, and they know this, yet they still are. And then they cross the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with them.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us.
Hey, Timber is in the chat
Someone
for
who
anyone
can
that wants
see
one on
us
Twitch.
In a way we can never see ourselves.
I love you. Who's going to open it? Are you ready? Neither of us knows what's going to be on the outside of his door. Are you ready?
It's hard to tell with so many voices talking at once, but we're more ready than we're not.
Whatever it is, you'll face it together. Slay the Princess, pristine cut. Alright, looks like we managed to get the end credits today. As for next Thursday, I will take a glance at how many endings I missed. We might do a second run of this next week, just to try to hit some more of the endings. So I'm very curious on what all the other routes are, and I have a feeling that there's a decent more to this game than we hit. But no, I had a lot of fun with this. I really enjoyed how well things continue to build upon themselves and reference the previous stuff. It takes a lot of time and energy to make sure across multiple paths of dialogue trees that you can continue to make those choices relevant. Like, if you think about it just from 2 choices, and then each of those choices having 2 more, and each of those choices having 2 more, you're already at, what, 16 or 32 choices? I can't remember which one. Yeah, I was guessing I barely scratched the surface, and then I'll have a decent amount of chance to do another playthrough that is pretty much mostly unique. Like, when I finished, I was a Teenage Ex-Colonist, which also, very good game. You should totally check that one out if you haven't. But that one took me a lot of hours, and a lot of that was going to be on the same thing. This one's going to branch out enough, I think, that it will be probably worthwhile to do at least one more playthrough. Oh yeah, Ex-Colonist is great. I barely kept it together in a couple parts of Ex-Colonist. It's really hard to read out some scenes as you're fighting back the tears. Now that you finished the full story for the first time, you also unlock the gallery. You can exit from the main menu and in-game menus under the Memories tab. It's full of clues that will help you find undiscovered vessels and interactions. Happy hunting. Join this Discord, join Mailis, join subreddit, follow us somewhere else, explore, make your playlist, play our other game, return to main menu. So we'll look at Memories real quick. Beginnings and ends. We hit 6 of these, and there's 5, 10, 15 more to go. You can click each of the stickers too. Ah. Plenty of stuff we've missed in these too then. Really didn't do much in the tower. A good chunk of that. This one's simple enough. I just need to choose to give her the knife, I'm assuming. This one's maybe the cat one. Yeah. Looking at all this, I am probably going to end up doing another run of this next week and seeing how many more of these vessels I can end up getting, as I'm quite curious in exploring them, and I hope others are too. Oh, yeah. No, this one did a great job. Like, when I'm doing these narrative games, one of the things I always love paying attention to is how much my previous choices mattered. And Exocolonist did a pretty solid job of that too. Where a lot of events happen that are drastically changing stuff. I haven't quite finished my second play of Exocolonist off the stream, but just playing my second playthrough of Exocolonist, I have seen almost 100% unique stuff, mostly because I was so focused on being on the lab I didn't actually explore most of the other stuff. And thank you for the follow, Comet. Appreciate it. At some point, like, I'm slowly playing Exocolonist on my own again, because at the point I played that, most people were ready for me to move on to another game, and I wasn't streaming as much as I am now, so I couldn't just fill stuff here. Oh, yeah, I've seen a little bit of it, but I think during my first playthrough, I only went outside and explored once or twice. Period. And there is so much story in the exploration as well. But with that being said, I usually run until 5 because my spouse Celia's gonna come home soon. And I will be back 7-ish for Witch It. I need to run to Costco after the stream, so I might be a little late to Witch It, but we're just gonna have some fun with that. Oh yeah, it doesn't make it clear enough how much exploration is where the story is, but that's fine. It made for a very solid second playthrough for myself, and just the focus left so many answers, making me driven to go get another check of it. Let's see. Apollo does appear to be live properly. So, yeah, it's been great meeting you too. What we're going to end up doing is raiding over to Apollo. It's no longer October, so we're musically doing the alternative of I'm sending people from a horror game to Apollo who's playing MechWarrior. But Apollo's a fun person, and last month he played nothing but horror games every single day. So just have some fun hanging out with him. He'll be a nice chill place. And if you're not interested in Witch It, I am doing a makeup stream of Cult of the Lamb tomorrow at 1 because I had some issues yesterday. So figure I'll just play some more of it tomorrow, make it a nice clean stream. And Friday nights I always do Deep Rock. Beyond that, I do a bunch of Zelda stuff, and I might continue to use these Thursday slots for narrative games for a bit, because I really did have a lot of fun doing this again. I hadn't done a narrative game in a while, and I really do just enjoy exploring stories and being moved by them. I know they're a little harder for people to focus on at work, but I hope everyone had a good day today. I did. I will see you around. Till next time.